Okay, we're live, and this is called The Adventure of the Missing Daughter. So for people who are watching in the background, this is the background or the setup that I sent to the players last night. I'm going to read it aloud so you kind of know what's going on. If you've read any of the Masters and Mages books, this will sound familiar. If not, imagine you're in a fantasy version of 17th century Venice / Istanbul. So it's magic plus gunpowder. So it's Sophia's Day Eve, a month after Dark Night and First Day. That makes it like midwinter, like right when it is now. Cold and rainy in Megara. Sophia's Day is a major festival for almost everyone, including Mazdayanans. Most businesses are closed. Unfortunately, all 4 of the player characters need money, and because of that, instead of eating street food, this is one of the times of year when the whole city is brightly lit and fun, and dancing at a tavern or what have you, the 4 of them are gathered at the sign of the Ca di Armister. It's an old family house that has been turned into a very shady taverna, and the family coat of arms, set in carved granite over the door, which is 3 armored hands, gives the place its name to all mercenaries, which is the Iron Fist. The Iron Fist is where people go to get hired for nasty work. Much of it is above board, straight mercenary stuff like guarding caravans or merchant ships, sweet jobs like couriering diamonds across the Strait to Hadi, fun missions like going to zoo as a bodyguard. There are fights, and they're mostly fights run by young, stupid thugs who are trying to prove themselves, and that's boring. So I'm just going to run down here and say, and all the locals who were going to hire any mercenaries have sort of wandered off. And the 4 player characters are sharing a pitcher of wine purchased by Mungo, who's the only member of the party who has enough cash to just buy wine. And then the entire tavern goes silent. Not super dangerous silent, like a famous assassin just came in, and not ooh silent, like a beautiful man or a handsome woman just came in. More like uh-oh silent. And there, headed for your table, is Silas Uthrash, a former Black Lobster cavalryman and now sergeant of the watch. Some people would say he was not a bad sort, not given to long speeches, doesn't take bribes, and with friends in higher places. So he wears a good uniform and gets paid regularly and doesn't have to come to this tavern for work. He's in uniform right now, and at the door are other members of the watch in breast and back plates with pistols and swords and partisans. They're all combat veterans. They're not easy meat. Silas walks straight up to the player's table, turns to Linata, who is one of the players, and says, "Are you at leisure, demoiselle?" Linata says, "I might be." Silas says, glancing at the table, "May I speak to you privately?" Linata shrugs. "Sit and have a glass of wine with us, Silas." Silas looks directly at the player character called the Bastard, and then after a moment's hesitation sits down and accepts the wine and says, "A friend of mine has a problem. I'm looking for some intelligent meat to work it out." Meat is a phrase used for mercenaries. "Money?" Mungo asks. "Good money. From the aristocracy." "Danger?" Stronzi asks. That's the Bastard. "Not much. Listen, I don't need to be cagey. The Countess of Zara's daughter is missing. The Countess thinks she's eloped with a boy. It's not a big deal. Find the girl, get the finder's fee." I'm going to stop there and go to my player characters. So what the player characters know that they are being hired to do is to find a missing girl. And the reason that the watch won't find her, just so you all have this solidly in your heads, is that the Countess, her mother, she thinks her daughter's just run off, and she doesn't want a scandal. And anything the watch does is very public. So she's basically hiring you guys as basically private investigators, not that that term exists in 17th century Megara, but she's hiring you to find her daughter without a fuss. So as the game starts, the player characters, you can see the 4 of them standing on the bridge and brickwork there, are standing outside of the Conturini mansion or palazzo on the waterfront in the foreign quarter. And over to you guys. What are you going to do now?
Where do we start looking first?
Well, you have to go to your appointment with the Countess first.
Okay.
All right. I guess we're going to go see her.
Can I ask you if you've made any preparations? Anybody carrying any weapons? Do you want to describe how you're dressed? I think that assuming that anybody is listening to us, which I don't know they are, it would be great if you guys would describe a little about your character before we roll.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with Sunyi.
Okay, my character's called Chen. He's kind of a East Asian-looking guy, a little bit bedraggled, but Carey's books. He's obviously well-read and well-spoken, despite looking slightly disreputable. He has a tendency to stand hunched behind Ilstronzi and not be the boldest of the party. He's not carrying weapons, not at the moment.
Sunyi, are you in
That's
scholars'
books.
robes? Are you in scholars' robes from the academy, or your street clothes, which are pretty dingy?
For this, yeah, scholar's robes for this. An attempt to look reputable.
Fair. Mungo.
All right. Mungo's like this really big, kind of Scottish-looking man. Really, a fantastic mustache, fantastic beard. He does kind of look like he looks more kind of like the dumb barbarian on the outside, but y'all know him like more personally. He's really intelligent. He's currently like wearing like really light armor. And you don't see any weapons on him, but you know they're there. Like, because he never leaves home without them. So,
And all of you know that Mungo, in addition to being a pretty successful mercenary, is a well-known poet whose works are actually published in broadsheets, and he probably is better known on the streets than any of the rest of you.
Yeah. So generally, he doesn't look like what people expect him to look like.
Nice tattoos too. Nice tattoos too.
Yeah.
Linata.
Linata is a career soldier. She's an ex-cavalry officer from a very prestigious regiment, but currently cashiered because of her religious preferences. At a certain point in her life, she got religion, the Masayana religion, which is based on the idea of a cosmic balance, and she was a little bit too open in proselytizing for that religion, so the army let her go. Before that happened, she served for several years with Mungo, so she's good friends with him and respects him. She's currently dressed as a soldier, or dressed in a way that would make anybody in the city recognize her as a soldier, but not necessarily as an officer. She's wearing a leather tabard, high boots. She's also carrying a map case, which doesn't have a map in it. It has her rapier, just in case she should need it. She is very good with the sword and feels naked without one. She's also got a dagger at her waist, which is legal, and she's carrying a concealed pistol.
And Linata is the highest apparent social class in the party. That is, she is a member of the gentry. Despite her problems with the military, she would be accepted anywhere as, I'm going to say gentlemen, because we all know that term, but as because lady has a different connotation in English, but as an homme armé or a fille armée, she is of the gentry class, and it shows in her clothes. And finally, the bastard. You're muted, bastard. That's how secretive he is. You're still muted, Scott.
No, you can't hear you.
How's that?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. I have no idea, but the headphone mic's not working. So, okay. So the bastard doesn't tell his name to a lot of people because he has bad things attached to it from his military service. He is a former cavalry scout from maybe a ranger battalion. He is dressed in, it would be nobleman's clothing, but it's tattered, but you can tell it's been repaired over and over. It's a blue cloak, blue doublet, the kind of pants that they would wear in Venice.
Puffy breeches.
Yeah, something like that. He has a very, very well taken care of hair and goatee and mustache. He's actually very almost maniacal about taking care of his beard and mustache. He has a dagger that you can see, and then he has a pistol hidden, a small pistol.
Okay. And I'm going to say that just as Lenata is probably the most obvious member of the gentry, the bastard is the best known in the underworld. Bit of a badass, a different kind of badass from Mungo. Mungo is a public badass. The bastard is a sort of more private badass. So now that we've had that background, you guys are going to the door, and as you've been invited, I'm just going to I won't always dwell on this, but this is a nobleman's house. Some of you be used to going to the servants' entrance, but you've been invited. You basically literally have a written invitation, and Lenata just walks up to the front door and bangs on it because that's her lifestyle. So you're expected. The door opens, and as you were warned, the Countess is actually at her toilette. So you literally walk into her dress. You're led into her dressing room by a servant, and she's, sort of a third dressed. There's like 4 maidservants gathered around, holding clothing. And if you've ever seen Dangerous Liaisons, you kind of know how this scene looks. And she thinks nothing of it. And I'm just going to say, this is the early modern world. There's no privacy. It's not a come on. She's a 40-year-old woman. And by the way, if anybody did any research last night to find out who the hell the Countess of Zara is, and I'm going to assume you did, what she's really well known for is writing a book on hunting and living outdoors. She's a well-known horsewoman and horse breeder. And at least the bastard would immediately go, probably read her book and might know a little bit about her. So anyway, she says, excellent. Oh, there's 4 of you, she says. Well, she waves at the servants and says, leave us alone, leave us alone. And her steward or butler says, I think they're armed, milady. And she says, not a worry. I'm paying them. Go. And then she looks at Lenata like the rest of you don't exist and says, so what do you already know?
We know from Silas Utrash that your daughter has gone missing, and we know that you already have some ideas as to why that might be the case. We're here to help.
Succinctly put. She says, do you need to talk about money first? And she says that with a certain contempt.
A sum was mentioned. It was, I forget, maybe 75 gold pieces, something of that nature.
She says, the steward will pay you an upfront fee and the rest when you deliver my daughter. She says, I'm not interested in negotiating. I hadn't expected so many of you, but I will see that each of you get 20 ducats. Is that sufficient?
That is admirable.
For those of you watching the game, that means that they're already making more money than they were originally offered. Good footwork. The Countess, whose name is Lisa, by the way, if you need to keep track of her first name, says, look, my daughter was in love. I think she's just run off with her idiot boy. I don't want to ruin her life by making a fuss. He's rather a dear, in fact. I don't really object to him. But I'm very surprised that she hasn't written to me. And I think that you should find the boy and give him a talking to. He's a gunmaker, a journeyman gunmaker. I know his name. He's Jonas Brusty. And he works for Dur's Egg. So instant recognition, Dur's Egg, strange sounding name, is a master gunsmith who makes fancy ass things like flintlock revolvers and other vaguely steampunk amazing weapons. He's made guns for the Emperor. He's made guns for everybody who's important. So this isn't somebody who's going to be hard to find.
Okay.
The boy lives somewhere down in the flats. but I believe his master's shop is up in the Angel. Find him and you'll probably find her. Please just don't make a fuss. There's a dear.
Now, say that it's not the boy. Does she have any enemies that would want her daughter?
She looks at you, looks at your clothes, looks up and down, and turns back to Lenata and says, I am a little concerned. She says, I admit it. If she's running off with Brewsty, why didn't she take any clothes? My daughter is addicted to clothes, and I don't think there's anything missing. She likes clothes.
Can we just clarify, when did she run away? What time? How long has she been missing?
Day before yesterday, she says to Lenata, ignoring you two. She's been missing since day before yesterday. She went to go riding outside the city with her friends, and I've been in contact with one of her friends. I gather that she never came. They were waiting at the gate. Now, sorry, out of game. Little detail. All the gates, they're huge. They're fortresses. There's 7 gates. All of the gates have stables, which anyone, aristocrat or not, can rent space in. So there's no place in the city, if you've ever been to Venice, to keep a horse. So everybody who owns a horse, which requires a certain degree of money, has to keep them at the sort of government-run stables and has to pay to keep them there. So the fact that she was going to meet her friends at the gates is dead normal. That's where you'd go to pick up a horse. That's where you guys would go to pick up a horse. And if you want to rent a horse, you can rent a government horse. It's actually way more efficient than anything that existed in early modern Europe. But you can rent a horse at the gate, and it's pretty fairly run.
Has anybody checked to see if our horse is still there?
Oh, that's an excellent point. Now you see, already you're doing my thinking for me, just exactly as I'm paying you to do. My daughter's name is Nisha. The friends she was supposed to go riding with are Willa Gold, whose father is a senior member of the Guild of Goldsmiths, and Anike McBain, whose father is a notorious but very successful mercenary, Donald McBain. So right there, Mungo, you go, bing, I got one, because you know where Donald McBain's house is, and you've served under him, and like that's an easy in for you.
All right.
Willa Gold. So this isn't a strictly aristocratic society. Again, think Venice. Willa Gold's father, the head of the president of the Guild of Goldsmiths, probably more important than almost any aristocrat in this city. Big banking, big money.
Would I have heard, this is out of game, would I have heard any rumors about any of these people in the underworld? Something that, even the mother, anything about them at all?
So first of all, can I just call you bastard, Scott Oden, without having you coming for me later? So first of all, you've read her book because it meets up with one of your other interests, and this is a woman who knows her living outdoors. She is not full of crap. So you have an instant mild respect for her because she's along your line. And in addition, you would know that her husband is literally hated by his peasants. He's one of those aristocrats who screws his people for as much money as he can get out. That would be most aristocrats, really, but we'll skip over that. And you also know that in the underworld, it's muttered that maybe he runs a smuggling racket.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's what Mum knows. You're welcome to ask more questions, but otherwise, we're done here.
I'd like to ask again about the horse. Where does Nisha keep her horse, and what's the horse's name?
Aqueduct Gate. She says,
Aqueduct Gate.
The horse's name. I should know that. She was the foal of Black Lightning, and I bred those horses, but she's a 3-year-old. Ask my steward. He'll have it written down somewhere.
And
I can't believe
does she have an ostler who always looks after the horse? Is there somebody at the stables who would recognize her coming in?
you'll have to ask the steward, or maybe ask her handmaiden. Her handmaiden might know. I'm sorry, my daughter to me is an adult. I'm trying not to treat her as a little girl, and she very much has her own life.
How old is she, by the way?
19.
Okay.
Can we speak with the handmaiden now? Is she on the premises?
Yeah, does she not go with her places?
Yeah, like
I'll have her sent for. Yes, it's very curious. She says, finally looking at you, Di, like suddenly you exist. She says it's very curious to me that she didn't take her handmaiden as she usually would.
are they close? Or are they friends?
She looks at you and says, "Is anyone friends with their servants?"
To an extent.
It's possible to grow attached to them, yeah.
You must be a much warmer man. You're Keltoy. I hear you people are very emotional.
We are.
So she has you ushered out. The steward comes in. I assume you make your bows and follow. He takes you down to the servants' quarters. So below stairs is the kitchen where all the servants hang out. They all live up in the fourth story under the eaves. It's unlikely you would ever be allowed to go up there. Just saying, unless you want to sneak around. And he sends for the handmaid, and the handmaid comes.
All right.
So, when did you last see your mistress? What's your name, by the way?
Cyan.
Cyan. Tell us about Nisha. Tell us about your lady.
She's very nice. She pays regularly.
As the employers do.
I mean, what does she look like when she's saying that? I mean, does she sound sincere, in a kind of,
Okay, out of game. Professional servants they disclose nothing. And despite that this young woman is 18 and quite pretty, she has a stone face of epic Hollywood proportions, and she clearly likes her job and does not want to give very much away. I'll just tell you that right up.
Okay.
So she sits with her hands in her lap. She's better dressed than any of you, by the way, the handmaid. And she sits with her hands in her lap and doesn't meet your eyes.
We need to know when she last saw Nisha.
Day before yesterday morning. The steward actually says to her, "The Countess says to talk to them." And she looks up and finally meets your eyes. She looks at Di, of all people, and she says, "Day before yesterday morning, I'm quite worried."
Does she not normally leave you behind?
I've never known her to go shopping without me.
Shopping? Is that what you said?
Shopping.
Well, almost anything that Mistress does ends up with shopping.
Okay, fair.
Going to ride in the countryside.
Yes, she
I'm
did
not
that
sure
a
that
couple
would
of weeks
shock her.
ago. She leans forward and she says, she did that a couple of weeks ago, and she hasn't been the same since.
Where did she ride to? Do you know?
Well, she looks around, looks at the steward. Steward gives her a little nod, and she says, she never said, but her boots were covered in mud. And I think she went a long way and went fast.
What changed about her? You said that she wasn't quite the same afterwards.
She hasn't gone shopping, has not spent a ducat, has not gone to a party. And I think that's all I should say.
And she hasn't spoken about anything that happened on that ride.
No, but she went with her friends. So how bad could it be?
Those friends, would those be Willa and Anneke?
Yes, ma'am.
The Countess told us that nothing is missing from her room, that she took nothing, made no preparations on that day. you would know better than anyone whether that's true. Has anything else gone from her room? Did she take anything with her, or leave anything behind that was surprising to you?
So we're going to add our first die roll. I'm going to call on Die.
Okay.
And Die, you're going to make a perception roll. So that is a straight mind roll. So you are just rolling the number of dice equal to your mind. And don't forget your fate die. And you are rolling for 7s. So this is a tough roll.
Right. Fate die is green, so. One success.
One success beats the crap out of no successes.
Okay.
Okay, that's not my noise.
It's mine. Sorry. Just printing out my stats.
What you just caught, Guy, what you just caught is that she looked at the steward, and the steward made a head shake no.
Okay.
And she says, no, I don't think anything is missing. And it doesn't for the lot of you to go like, you are full of shit.
I think we need to push this, don't we?
Can we get rid of the steward?
We need to.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, let's go after the steward.
What form does going after the steward take?
Yeah, like how, like verbally?
Well, I'm assuming I can actually pull the pistol and stick it in his nostril. So,
I'm happy to help because you guys are new to the system. Mungo has a talent called Intimidate.
All right. Oh, yeah, you're right.
So if you want, you can roll some dice and go for just straight up intimidation. But I'm going to ask you before you do that, if you choose that, whether you want to push him out of the room by intimidation or get him to talk. And then the other thing I'm going to say is once you make an intimidate roll, if you fail, there are consequences.
Let's can I, as Lenotta, like pull rank on this dude because he is servant class and I'm Aristo? I'm going to ask him to come outside with me and show me the room. I'm just doing this so the rest of you guys can talk to the maid by herself.
Well, we've been playing 27 minutes and we're splitting the party. Awesome. Lenotta, that is a capital notion. And of course, the steward is like socially unable to say, no, screw off, gentry class, officer person. I won't even make you roll for it. So, which I'm going to play the people who stay behind with the handmaid first, and then I'll play you.
Okay.
And again, because we're not on Discord, you guys just have to play along with what you hear and not like be good role players because I can't split the screen and run this two different ways. So it's the bastard Mungo and Die still with the handmaid. The steward steps out. He doesn't want to, but he is left no social choice. Door closes, and what do you guys do?
I say to her, oh, well, you think she didn't take anything. Are you sure? This is really, really important. It could be life or death for her. Maybe think about it again very carefully and just go through it with your mind, and you might.
So you watch her eyes flick to where the steward used to be, and he's not there anymore. And she kind of looks around the room, and then she looks at you and says, I really want you to find Mistress. All her money is gone, all her jewels are gone, and nobody wants to talk about it.
Does her mother know that?
No, the steward won't tell her mother. The Count told the steward not to tell her mother.
The Count is the father.
Yes.
Okay, so a little bit of marriage friction there.
What does she know about the boy?
She says, oh, he's quite handsome. and he loves Mistress very much. And I'm not sure he's such a bad match. He's going to be a master gunsmith, and that's somebody.
Has anyone told him that his girlfriend, sorry, I shouldn't say girlfriend, that his lady is missing?
Oh, sir, she says, looking at you, I couldn't approach a stranger on mistress's behalf. You must be mad. You're a foreigner, aren't you?
Oh, well, not you specifically. I just wondered if someone else had mentioned it to him or if he'd noticed. It's been a day.
I wouldn't know.
So he's not missing. So they didn't run off together.
No.
Let's not get confused. You don't know that.
That's true.
No, I'm asking her.
She literally doesn't know, and so we don't get off because we have very limited time.
Gotcha.
You got the impression the Countess hired you to go find him. Like, she's pretty damn sure that he knows where she is, but she didn't say anything about approaching him. And you can imagine, if you want to avoid scandal, you don't send your servants to find your daughter at the gunsmith.
That's true.
Right, so we've got to go and ask.
Yeah, we got to go find her. But
do servants of different houses talk to one another? Do they share little bits of gossip with their
you gotta believe
fellow servant?
And bastard, you have some direct experience here. All servants gossip all the time to each other.
So what gossip has she heard about, the boys' situation?
Are you asking her?
Yes, I'm asking her. Yeah.
She looks at you, looks down at her hands, looks at you with eyes of iron and says, "That is not my business to discuss."
that's fair.
Is it?
Okay.
Is it?
I don't want to intimidate her and get in trouble though. So
Yeah.
we've only just
we
been
gotta
hired.
I don't have an intimidate skill myself, do I?
Well, you should. I basically made up an adventure in a week here. So you should have an intimidate skill. So if you want to roll some dice to intimidate her, but before you do, because you, of all the people here, understand the interaction between these social classes, she's going to protect her own mistress like a terrier. If there's something private going on between her and the boy, this is almost the last person who's going to give it up.
I haven't heard anything about her on the street, on the servants. Does she have any skeletons in her closet that have come out amongst people?
You mean Nisha, the daughter, or the handmaiden?
The handmaiden. Leverage.
No,
Okay.
afraid not. She's too much of a bit character for the game master to even have made up as a full character.
Blacker.
Well, perhaps we can wait and hear what Lynata has discovered, if anything, and then if there's anything more to ask the servant, we can ask her when Lynata returns.
We'll find your lady though, regardless.
Yes, we will.
So I'm going to
paid.
She says, "Please find her. If I can do anything to help you find her, I will." I'm going to cut to Lynata. If you guys want to reconsider asking her another question, I'm not that kind of GM, but I am going to keep trying to move you guys along.
Okay.
So Lynata, I'm not really going to get. I'll let you ask questions, but basically the steward takes you to a suite of rooms, very nice balcony looking over the water, and does his level best to take you through them at the speed of a jet airplane.
Yep. I guess I'm interested in what might not be there and what might be missing. I'm looking at things like boots and outdoor clothes. And I guess I'm also looking at the steward because clearly he knows more than he's saying.
Yeah. So in the interest of brevity, I could make you roll a lot of dice here, but instead, no, I'm going to ask you to roll dice once. I want you to make a straight mind roll. So that's, you get a number of dice equal to your mind stat. Remember that one of them is a different colored die, and you need to tell me if that one either says 0 or 1 after you've rolled.
Okay, sorry. Mind. I should have it on the sheet and I don't. Oh yeah, 3. Mind is 3.
So, by the way, what we're doing now is called a perception roll.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I got 4, 7, and 9, and then my fade die was a 10.
So you got a critical, massive success. So you just became Sherlock Holmes. So rolling a 10 on your fate die always gives you a critical success, no matter what your other dice said. And then you had 2 other successes, giving you a massive success. So I'm going to tell you a bunch of stuff. First of all, definitely there are no riding boots in the room. That is the first thing you notice as a cavalry officer. There are no riding boots. She said she was going riding. I'm guessing she was wearing riding boots because they're gone. And you can't prove that outdoor clothing is gone because there's some, but your astute observation skills indicate that the part of the there's a whole room as a closet that you would expect to see like a riding cloak. There's no riding cloak. Women commonly wear breeches to ride. There's 1 pair of breeches, but you'd expect to see more than a pair of breeches. And since you made this massively good roll, you're like, 3 sets of outdoor clothing are missing, maybe. And you also just casually are not caught while you pull open her jewelry cabinet, and it is empty. Velvet cushion, nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to
and there's also there's a spot on the wall that is like there's a nail driven into the wall, like she did it herself and didn't get some servant to do it. And there's nothing there. And I'm just going to play you for a moment. You say to the steward, was there something hanging there? And the steward looks at you for a moment and then looks away and then looks back and says, mistress hung, her father gave her a dagger. And then he looks stricken like he said too much.
Wow. Okay.
That's what you get for a critical success, Mike.
Cool. I'm gonna make 1 pass at getting the steward to open up a little bit more, which I expect I'll fail. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna flatter him. Obviously, you're an astute man. You're very much trusted by your employers, and you are the custodian of the family's reputation. Obviously, you want us to succeed, and you want us to do it as discreetly as possible. Anything that you can tell us that might help us in that endeavor will be appreciated.
He gives you a considering look, like human being to human being, not servant to gentry, and says, we all like her, and none of us dislike her young man. I think that's enough said.
Okay. I will rejoin the rest of the crew.
Okay. I'm going to save the party later, some time later. I'm going to say that because the bastard has a daily set of rounds that he does that the rest of you don't need to know about, that you can inquire about the steward and the handmaiden. And I'm just going to give you that they both have solid servant reputations. You know, they don't have enemies. They don't have gambling debts. They both seem like the kind of person that, makes a career out of being a servant. And these are the kind of servants who make pretty good money. This isn't the oppressed servant underclass in lower middle class homes who are basically slaves. These are the people who are going to enter the middle class themselves after a career of service. Am I making sense to you, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put you all together again in the kitchen. By the way, the cook quite cheerfully serves you all a cup of Coive, which is pretty expensive, coffee, basically, and apple tarts, fresh from the oven. For at least Di, this is like the best thing you've had in 5 days.
Is she putting them out like a plate, or is she giving each?
Nope.
Okay.
She puts out a tray. How many do you take?
As many as I can fit into my bag.
Well, she gives you a look and then smiles and says, I do like someone who likes my cooking. So you guys are like warm and safe. This is a good place to discuss or maybe you don't want the servants to overhear you. What are you doing? I'm just going to tell you straight. You've gotten what you can out of this house, at least for now.
Yeah.
No, pardon me. The handmaiden coughed up one more thing.
Okay.
She says, I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but as soon as Mistress went missing, they they fired her old nurse.
Oh.
What's
her
the
name?
name of the nurse?
Do you know where her nurse went?
Uh,
Where she's from? She would've
says
lived
the
in the
game
house.
master, desperately trying to find the information in his notes. Wow, I'm an idiot. Her name is Sylvia Piclamini. I'm again going to reference something that's going to happen 4 hours later when the bastard gives you this information, because he's very good at scraping this stuff up, but it saves time. So she was from the aristocratic class, got knocked up by the wrong person as a teenager, and basically became a nurse. This is not that uncommon fate for women in the pre-modern world. Yeah, ended up as a career nurse, and nobody. I'm going to save you time. Nobody in the household knows where she went.
All right.
Or really why she was fired. And in fact, if you talk to the steward about it, Lenata, he's warming up to you. If you talk to the steward about it, he just shrugs and it looks genuine and says, you know, she would have had to go eventually. Mistress is now a grown woman. But it was a little surprising.
Can we take it as read that that the party has shared everything that happened while we were apart?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she wasn't. If she took a dagger, there's no way she was going to a tryst with a lover, right? I mean, she's gone into a situation where she thinks there was danger.
Or all her money in jewelry, which suggests possibly paying someone off, some kind of dangerous situation like that.
It also suggests that she wasn't necessarily intending to come back.
Sorry, I've given you a piece of misinformation. Apologies. Need to backpedal. The nurse was fired 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Just before the first time she rode out.
Okay.
Sorry, I was about to confuse the crap out of you, and I apologize, and this is entirely my fault. So the course of events was the nurse was fired. A couple days passed. Nisha, the young woman, rode out wherever she went, came back a much more serious person.
Okay.
And last thing from the household, literally at the door, the steward, who's been sort of warming up to Lenata over the last 15 minutes, he touches your shoulder carefully because you're from the gentry and could just whack him, and says, Master's a right bastard to his peasants. People remember.
That's bold of him to say.
Yeah, we thank him for that intelligence,
Nice.
and we assure him of our discretion.
Right, Hope. Sorry for the interruption. Go back to your plotting.
Should we go and see the boy?
I think we probably should see the boy first.
Yeah,
Because-
the boy will
Eliminate
find
him.
a nurse.
I'm pretty sure he's not the culprit, but
No, we've got to eliminate him first, don't we?
Yeah.
And then maybe the stables after.
But
Also-
I'm concerned while I'm not distracted by these apple tarts that the nurse is involved somehow. I'm thinking that maybe the nurse is in trouble.
Yeah.
Could be.
Some kind of ransom.
Or possibly the nurse was acting as a go-between for another suitor. We should ask the boy whether she's changed, whether Nisha seemed different to him over the last couple of weeks.
Or being the nurse, she saw something on the girl's body.
Yeah.
Like
Ooh.
if she's, one of her friends is the daughter of a mercenary captain. What if she's becoming more political? Dad
All right.
hates his servants or his peasants. What if she's becoming
A problem for her father?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
the boy has access to a lot of weapons. And
you
she
can buy
has
a lot of
of
weapons with those jewels. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do wonder if the nurse might know something about what the girl's been doing.
And I wonder who fired her. Was it the lady of the house,
Or the girl herself.
or the girl herself, or the count?
Or dad. Yeah.
Yeah, because that.
And did they
that
fire
has-
her, or did she just go missing? If the
Yeah.
nurse went missing, she's probably in the canal somewhere.
That is probably true.
Okay, well, all this speculation. I'm watching the clock here. I need to move you along.
Yeah.
Damn it, you're role playing, which is my favorite part. But unfortunately, so here's a glittering artificiality. I'm going to make you do almost everything all together. I may
Okay.
feed one or two of you information like I just did to Scott's character publicly, like he wandered off and came back with information. But in general, I'm just going to make you do it all together. Again, if we had 8 hours or we were playing a campaign, I wouldn't do this to you. But so where are y'all going?
I think we need to clear boy first.
Yeah, the boy.
Possibly.
Yeah, to the gunsmith.
Boy,
To the angel.
Okay. So you guys are going to go to probably the most prosperous gun shop in the Angel, which is the most prosperous part of town. The Angel, think of St. Mark's Square, San Marco in Venice. It's called the Angel because there is a giant statue of the angel who supposedly appeared to Taraz. Gotta say, Lenata, this is stark fucking heresy as far as you're concerned. This is just one of those stupid mythological tales that these superstitious idiots tell each other, and you know better. However, it's a very attractive statue. It's about 800 years old, and it gives its name to the entire neighborhood. So behind, anybody here been to Venice?
No, but I was in Florence in October.
Well, behind, off the square is where all the prosperous shops were in Venice,
Yeah.
and they are here. So you guys are now going from one rich district to another. Like most cities, you have to skip through some slums on the way. And I'm just curious, I won't always ask you this, are you going to pay money and go by boat or walk?
I mean, we don't have the money to be doing that.
Oh, you guys, sorry, if you look at your character sheets, Mungo and Lenata have money.
Well, I could,
Like-
yeah. but
Yeah,
I
man,
need
go
that
buy
for
us a
wine.
boat.
No,
There's-
a gondola ride will cost you like half a ducat.
and it might be worth the investment to turn up looking like we're somebody.
And I just want to point out to you two things. One, it's virtually, I mean, you're not in danger at the moment. I'm not going to pretend you are, but it's virtually impossible to be attacked in a boat in this city. It's always safe. So that's something I want you to think of as the adventure rolls along, but it costs money. And then it's also very public because anybody leaning over a bridge can watch you go. So it is impossible to sneak in a boat. Just
Is it
advice.
faster?
It's always faster. It's much faster. And the Guild of Gondoliers basically is a bunch of spies who make money talking about their passengers. So that's another thing you want to keep in mind.
Let's go by boat.
We have to keep like
Yeah,
what
this
we like. we
In
can't
this
talk
case, I
about
think
it.
we need to be quick to get to
Yeah.
them quickly.
Yeah.
But-
After that,
But
maybe
we
we
shouldn't
might
talk what
walk.
we're doing. We're just seeing the city.
Right. Okay. Mungo, are you paying?
Yeah.
Okay. It's good to be comparatively rich. To you, you're dirt poor. To most of the rest of these people, you are quite wealthy. Okay, so here you go. You get a gondolier with a big boat, and he, let's say she, quite cheerful, big woman, long arms, sings in a beautiful voice, and tries to ask you. I mean, she tries about 6 different, like, you're an interesting looking group of people, and say, are you a foreigner? And and I'm going to just assume you give nothing away and say things like, no, we're going there, and please shut up.
Yeah, that's basically.
Great. She takes you over to the Angel, and she can drop you less than a block away inside of the shop. Think, lots of panes of glass, very attractive. In the window, hanging from chains, is a 7-shot Flintlock Carbine that is the submachine gun of the 17th century. You turn a crank and you can fire it pretty much as fast as you can pull the trigger. This gun really existed, and I've actually shot one. The only problem is that the critical fumble is that the magazine with the black powder blows up and you're dead. But, aside from that, it was a great gun. And only Durzeg can make this gun, so everybody, it's like his sign hanging in the window.
Ooh, okay.
Let me slip away for 1 second. I got to take a dog out, so y'all just continue.
Okay, let's talk about him while he's gone.
I can hear that.
I'm just going to roll on. So you're standing outside the shop, and it's perfectly accurate. The bastard just wanders off. He's going to do that to you guys a lot, and he talks to a Bravo standing on the street corner, and then he comes wandering back. Anyway, what are you guys doing?
Go inside.
Yeah, we got to go on the side because
Okay.
I thought I stared at the gun for like 3 minutes.
So there's a young apprentice behind the counter. Almost no wares showing, couple pistols hanging on the wall. Everything goes on in a back room. Mungo, you've probably been in here before. Maybe all of you, except Dai, have been in this shop before. So you would know that the actual wares are pretty much under lock and key in the back. And the apprentice, if he believes that you're a real customer, will take you to look at whatever you want.
All right.
Okay.
So should we ask him, are you Janis Brusty? And if you're not, do you know Janis Brusty?
The apprentice looks mildly shifty and says, you'd have to ask the master, sir. Ma'am, you would have to ask the master.
Then please fetch him.
The apprentice looks a little askance and says, who shall I say is waiting, ma'am?
Say that we are here on business from the Countess Zara.
Very well. He goes into the back room and he comes out and he says, would you follow me?
All right. This ain't sus.
So you go around the counter and you go through a couple of rooms, and now you're in the back where you see, amongst other things, a steam-driven hammer and a bunch of very hardworking people, most of whom are doing fine filing, but there's some forge work being done and somebody's drilling a barrel. Sorry, I know way too much about this. And the so-called master is wearing a shirt more valuable than a lot of clothes that you yourselves own. It's filthy, and over it he has a filthy apron, and he's standing there with his 30 ducats worth of embroidered shirt getting ruined, trying to get an accurate pour on a bronze mold. And he looks up and says, "What?"
Well, one of your apprentices has possibly behaved in a way that is embarrassing to one of your wealthiest customers. We need to talk to him, and we need to do it in a manner that doesn't sort of redound on your reputation or the Countess's.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who let him in? Who let her in? He looks around and he looks at the apprentice and says, "Who? What?"
Janis Brusty can't keep it in his pants, and that's a problem for you. It's a problem that we might be able to help you with.
He says, "Oh, you're here for Janis Brusty?"
Yes.
Apparently years of practicing with guns and hammering metal have made him a little deaf. And he glares at you and then he says, "Right, come with me." And he leads you to basically what's like a little very plain room with a table where you assume customers usually play with the guns. And he says, "Right, tell me again." What do you want Yanni for? He's a good boy.
A girl has gone missing, and we think her parents think that she may have run off with him.
Hello.
What? Nisha, his squeeze from the district? She's missing?
Yeah, his squeeze is missing.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's fucking missing too. So why don't you people go find him?
Well, that's what we came here to confirm.
Yeah, haven't seen him for 2 days. He's never missed a day of work in 8 years.
Where does he normally live?
Oh, he's got a flat somewhere. He looks around and he calls to he calls to another apprentice, and the apprentice comes in and he's like, "Where does Yanni live?" And the kid is like, South Wall, I think." And they all look at each other, and yeah. I don't care where he lives. He comes to work on time, does really good work. He's going to make master in 3 more years. Good boy.
Well, not if he's missing. So.
Was he political at all? Did he have, I don't know, was he involved in city politics? Was he indifferent to those things?
The master looks frustrated. Not my business if my boys are political. My business that the guns get made and the workmanship is good.
But it is very definitely your business that your shop should not be dragged into a scandal. Given who we're talking about here, anything you can tell us would be helpful. Has Yenna's changed, behaved differently, said anything in the last couple of weeks?
He looks at you, and then he looks around, and he looks for a long time at the bastard. And he crosses his arms and says, "I'm not somebody you want to fuck with." He says, "For all I know, you're bravos paid by the fucking count to kill my boy. I'm already worried about what the count wanted with him. I'm not telling you anything."
You said the count.
What the count wanted with him? Could you expand on that, please?
He turns to an apprentice and says, "Kick him out."
Now can we punch them?
I'd like
No, we
I'd like,
can't punch them.
Do we have a contract?
You don't have a contract.
Okay, so we have no proof that we basically are under her employ.
Most oppressed peoples, you have no way of making sure you get paid or blaming your employer.
I will try last-ditch effort and say, can you think of any reason why the Count would hide his daughter's disappearance from his wife?
Oh.
Now he leans back and he says, "Wait, don't throw him out yet." And he looks around at you guys, and he looks right at the bastard, and he says, "You understand, people come in here from the Count of Zara looking for my boy. I don't take it well." And he's looking at you, bastard.
Tell him I'm not from. Tell him, what if I'm not from the Count of Zara? What if I'm working on my own? If I came in here and asked you a question, what would you tell me? And I know you know who I am. So
He says, "If you were working on your own, I might offer you a few ducats to find my boy."
Yes, more money.
well, we can find you, boy.
Yeah.
He's my best journeyman. And as far as I know, he and that girl are getting along a little too well for the Count's taste. But he shrugs. It's really all I know about it because I make it my business not to fuck with my apprentices.
Can we do a perception check to see whether he's being sincere?
Yeah, you can, but I'll save you the die roll and say he looks really like a very straight, blunt, right brain craftsperson.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, I don't think he's hiding anything.
Can I
This
ask you
looks
one
like
other
a
question?
man with no bullshit to him whatsoever.
Did he ever see the girl's nurse? Did she ever bring notes or anything like that between the two of them?
He says, No, you might want to ask some of my boys. I guess you're on the up and up. You can talk to the boys and girls. He's got girl apprentices too. By the way, just for fun, there were girl apprentices in 17th century gun shops, at least in London. He looks you all over and says, he looks at the bastard and says, you don't necessarily look to me like honest folk, but I feel like Bravo's looking for the boy would have a different attitude. So talk to my people. And he looks at the bastard. I guarantee you a few ducats if you find the boy and bring him back alive.
One more question, though. Is he missing any stock? Is every weapon accounted for in the store?
He's not missing any stock, but when you talk to the apprentices and open his locker, his personal gun that he made himself as his journeyman piece is missing. 3-shot rotating barrel flintlock pistol, absolutely fucking illegal on the streets, not in his locker.
Why would he make it if it's illegal? Is it just like a skill piece to practice?
Yeah, so first of all, try pieces would be the most difficult thing a journeyman could make to prove they could make it. And then second of all, like as people who are wandering around carrying illegal pistols, you understand that there is a huge market for illegal pistols. The the ability to make also they're only illegal in the city. Like and if you're from the right class, and I'm going to use Lenata as an example, Lenata has a license to carry a weapon from her home to the gates. And outside the gates, there's no law at all. So if you have that license from the city, or if you're an apprentice, you're automatically a member of the militia and you can carry a weapon. This is probably more law than you want to know. But if you're a member of the militia, you can carry a weapon out to the gates and then be fully armed out in the countryside. So, and all apprentices are automatically members of the militia. This is how it was in 17th century London and Venice.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about the history lesson, but
that's fine. And can I also ask the apprentices if he knew how to ride?
Pretty fair, sir.
Okay.
Di, share some of your pies with them. The apprentices. Share some of Di's pies with the apprentices.
What pies?
Try to loosen their tongue with
I'm gonna tell you guys that the inside of Di's food bag is not the prettiest place. And
no, they're all nicely wrapped, I'm sure.
Anyway, he definitely knows how to ride, and a couple of the apprentices will tell you that he's been prepping basically a secret apartment. He paid for it out of his wages. He's kind of bragged about it, and he was buying furniture for it. One of them actually went to the used and stolen furniture market, the sort
secret
of Bermondsey market. Well, it's not very secret if all your apprentice friends know about it.
Where is it?
Where is it? Once again, it would be so useful if I had like color coded these things. There will be a brief pause. Why?
Okay. I think if we do go to the gates at some point, maybe check and see if anyone saw him around there, if they went out riding together or they've left the city. I don't know. She's probably not gone outside the city, has she? They're probably inside.
More than likely they're inside, but
the apartment is down in the flats. So quick description. I don't know if any of you have access to the map. There's a map on my author website, and I wish I had sent it to you guys, but I didn't. So I'll just help you along. The flats is both the slums and the up and coming nouveau riche area. It's basically the swampy area that you can't land a ship on, and various entrepreneurs just keep driving pilings into it and expanding it. So it's sort of growing into the sea. And some of it is very crappy, and some of it is like McMansions. Mike Carey, a McMansion is a new built mansion that completely fills a Toronto lot, like a giant hamburger. and probably not slang that I should use here. But so they're sort of like alternating enormous poverty with brand new, probably ill-gotten riches in the flats.
So can we get an address for this place? Do any of the apprentices know directly?
No, none of them have been. They just knew it was in the flats because they know that he told the furniture guy to deliver furniture to the flats.
Oh, from the furniture guy then.
Yeah.
Do I know the illegal furniture guy?
There's like 60 with a lot of legwork. If you just want to go that way, I will let you make a bunch of rolls, but you will. It might take you days.
Oh, okay. We don't have days.
Yeah, we don't have days.
Should we go to the gate?
I don't know if you guys are writing things down, but I want to tell you that I'm giving you a forest of leads, and like if some of them don't pan out, you might want to spend days, but I would not recommend going through all the furniture dealers right now.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Sorry, Scott, it's not a bad idea. It's just one of those things that would take some plotting.
Yeah.
Should
I
we
didn't know if
have
there
a
was
friend?
like a single.
Sorry, what's that, Mike?
There's like a Godfather of the Flats or something like that.
You could possibly. We're getting feedback. Anybody know whose system is providing all the feedback, or is it my system?
It's probably me. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about it too much. There would be 3 major gang leaders in the flats, and you could apply to them.
Is it
for
worth
sure.
asking the friends who might actually? I mean, if this guy's yakking to his apprentice mates, she might be saying something to her friends who she's supposed to be providing.
She's a lady of the nobility. She is talking to her friends.
Yeah, I think they might be worth a look as well.
Yeah.
Which one should we go with? The goldsmith's daughter or the mercenary's daughter?
We've got an in with McBain, don't we? So mercenary's daughter, I reckon.
Yeah.
Through Deston, through Mungo.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing that next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think hunt down the easy stuff before we start beating up flat gang lords.
By the way, Durzeg will mention that before you leave him that he doesn't like to deal with the Count because the Count has such a bad rep with the way he deals with peasants. And Durzeg is like, I was a countryside peasant. I hate the fuckers who mistreat them. I don't sell them guns.
Okay.
That seems like that's a point that we should remember.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. What I'm trying to overstress is that everybody dislikes the Count.
Yeah, he's not a good person.
He's a
When
peasant
they
beater.
say he mistreats them, yeah, like what extent does he have like a secret graveyard in his garden, or is he kind of just rude to them, or is on the spectrum of? Do we know like how bad he is?
Who are you asking, Di?
I guess the apprentices or these guys. If any of you know, he might have a reputation as an aristocrat.
What I want is somebody who is probably the bastard to make an underworld roll.
Okay.
Ooh, yay, dice.
And this will be so. Scott, you're rolling for the party. This is everybody who has access. Everybody asking around.
Okay.
So I believe you have a skill called Underworld.
Yes, 3, and then mind is 4.
So
Do
you're
I roll
rolling
them
7
together?
dice for 7s
Yay.
and above.
7 and above. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I have 1 10.
What did your different colored dice come up?
It came up a 10.
Okay. Well, that would be a critical success. You are the party of critical successes. So how many successes did you get overall, Scott?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Well, we're going to make this adventure super short. If you guys can keep rolling criticals on information rolls, we could be done in another hour. So I want you to consider the following to be 3 hours of all of you sort of panhandling around amongst your various sources, except Lenata, you don't really have any street sources. So you had a glass of wine and went to chapel. So here's what you get. The quote unquote county of Zara is a town and its hinterlands just up the coast. It's like 10 miles north of the city, very close. And it's basically a fishing town with a very intense fishery and a big reputation for smuggling. And because you got a critical success, you also learned that the fishermen used to do the smuggling, and the Count suppressed their smuggling and then brought in outsiders and ran his own smuggling operation, causing the local fishermen to be in a near state of war with him. And that just 3 weeks ago, the Count moved his family out of their palazzo in the countryside and into the place you found them. Sorry, that was 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago. So they've only been in town for 4 weeks. I mean, they have a townhouse. They've definitely been here before, but usually they live in the countryside, which none of the servants mentioned to you.
Interesting.
And as for the oppression, he actually basically bought bravos like yourselves and used them to terrorize the fisher folk. And in fact, there's a rumor on the street that he actually burned a whole little fishing village and killed everybody in it.
Ooh.
Yeah, the more we learn about this guy, the less there is to love.
He's a very charming fellow. Very charming.
Shall we go and talk to Anna K. McBain then?
Yeah. I wonder how much his wife knows of what's going on. But,
They seem. Now that I think about it, I'm like, do they even live in the same place?
I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't hear anything about the Count living in that house.
Okay. I guess in that way that some rich people actually have separate houses. Separate spouses. Okay. Yeah.
Were there any rumors as to where the Count is now himself?
Your critical success has the terrible effect of cutting across my beautifully laid out adventure. But yes, the Count. But I'm a fair game master, so the Count seems to be in the process. This is your serious ass underworld contact of muscling in on the smuggling trade here and moving his smuggling operations out of his county and moving them here. And there's some pushback to that. Because the local smugglers, who all belong to the big, serious, almost respectable organized crime organizations, are not happy to have some fucking noble amateur from out of town move in and just start smuggling shit. That is not the way the world works here.
Okay. Rightfully so.
But you hear that the Count might have a warehouse somewhere, but even on a critical roll, nobody's coughing up exactly where that warehouse is. And one guy says, if we knew where it was, we'd fucking burn it.
That's fair.
I'm pretty sure if they knew where it was, it would be gone. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess we'll find her friends. Yeah.
We go after McBain.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is pretty straightforward. As long as Mungo is your front man, you can go to the front door, be brought right in. Wine is given you. Donald McBain, who's out of work at the moment, comes down and shakes Mungo's hand, looks at the rest of you in a completely... The Keltoi are the openest culture in my world. They don't... they have no shits to give really all the time, and they're disturbingly friendly to everyone they're not killing. So in fact, Donald McBain, one of the most hardened killers in my world, hugs each one of you, which is desperately uncomfortable for Linata, absolutely off-putting to the bastard, and might be the first hug Di has had in 3 months. So, like,
I'm having a great time. I'm getting all this food. We get to visit these posh places. It's fantastic. Great job.
Are you pocketing silver as you go, Di? Like, you don't live the purest life. I'm just wondering if you.
Not in this case. Nothing from the gun shop. I think that's the worst place to steal anything from.
Oh no, Donald McBain's house is the worst place to steal anything.
Okay, no. I don't want to get fired or killed.
This is a very cheerful sociopath. And and he welcomes you in person. And I'd just like to point out, like, he's the first of these people who's meeting you in person. And he calls his daughter down, and his daughter is, a broad-faced Celtic girl. She has very pretty eyelid tattoos that are way out of place for Bizas society, but completely normal for the Keltai. And any preconceived notion you had looking at her, you realize, oh, she's being trained to be a professional mercenary. She's not going to be a girl. Like, she's not dressed as a noblewoman. She's wearing kind of the same clothes Linata is. And she sits down and says, I hear Nisha is missing. Like, yeah, how can I help?
Where did you hear that from? I thought that wasn't public knowledge.
Well, she never showed for the ride we were all supposed to take. So I'm the one who told her mom.
Right.
Did you ride out with her 2 weeks ago?
What
I
about the
did.
ride you took a couple weeks before?
She says, yeah, we rode over towards her home in Zara.
Did anything
Her
happen
father's
on the ride?
home.
Well, we did a little rabbit hunting, and then she ditched us. We figured she was going to go neck with her boy, so we just let her go.
Oh, she was
Was Janice with you?
y'all? He was with you guys?
No, he's not that dumb. Hey, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, she says cheerfully. And her dad looks cheerfully at her and says, but you'd never do anything like that, would you, honey? She's like, oh, no, Daddy.
Oh, that's straight up lying to you.
Right, so she's expecting to meet her squeeze.
Yeah.
She says, no, frankly, Nisha's a smart girl, and if she really wants to hook up with Yanni, like, they'd rent a room. She's like, I would. And then she looks at her dad and says, I mean, hypothetically, Dad.
So you and
Has she heard that she'd rented a room?
Sorry, one at a time.
Oh, sorry.
Scott, you
Had
first.
Okay.
Had she heard that Yanni had rented them a room, a little love nest?
No, Anike looks at you and says, no, smart move, though. Her father glares. She's like, oh, that's horrible. What was he thinking of? By the way, you can tell that this is a young woman who has her psychopathic dad wrapped around her little finger. So her dad is pretending rage, but mostly smiling. And he's spinning a steel Scottish belt pistol on the table with his finger. That's his way of passing the time. Sorry, Mike, I cut you off.
That's fine. So did you and Willa return alone then to the city? And did Nisha say anything about where she was going?
Oh no, she came back. We killed a couple of rabbits and then we had a little picnic and she joined us before we were done with the wine.
How did she seem when she came back?
Anike looks at you like you're a smart woman and says, she seemed real fucked up. Sorry, Dad.
So something.
She said, my original thought was she'd met Yanni and they'd had a fight because that sort of thing happens, she says, looking off into the air. She says, but I don't think so because she talked about him all the way home, just like she always does. So I figured everything was fine. Hey, what I find weird about all this, she says, looking at you guys, is that like, why don't you just find Yanni? He's like a respectable guy. I don't think her family even hates him.
He's missing.
Oh, did not know that. She looks at her dad. Her dad just shrugs.
I asked her dad what he thinks of the Count.
He takes a small knife out of his stocking. He's wearing a great kilt and picks his teeth with it for a little. And then he looks at you and says, wouldn't work for him.
Have you ever met her nurse? This girl.
That's a good question.
Nisha's nurse. Do you know who fired her?
Oh, you mean Lottie? Oh, yeah, I've met her a couple times. Kind of a crazy old coot, but fun. Great stories, ghosts, goblins, shit from outer space. She's fun.
Well, that was not what I said.
What happened to her? Why was she let go?
Anike suddenly turns from a fairly normal person into an aristocrat and says, who knows why servants get fired?
Okay. I don't know. I thought your friend might have mentioned it. It's a big thing, isn't it?
Anike looks at you like she's just having a thought, and she says, yeah, Nisha was very put out when Lottie was dismissed. She's like, I hadn't thought about that.
Okay.
So you have no idea how we could find Yanni, where his lodgings were. We know it's in the flats, but we don't know where.
She shakes her head and says, do you know what the best way to keep a secret is, sir, ma'am?
Don't talk about it.
Not tell anyone.
Mm-hmm.
She says, no, it's not that I know. It's that Nisha wouldn't tell me, and frankly, I wouldn't tell her either. She looks at her dad. Her dad is just like playing with the pistol. And then he says, I think I need to go for a walk. He goes
Have a
out.
nice walk.
So she looks at you and says, I honestly don't know. I would tell you if I knew.
Yeah. What?
What about Willa? Was Nisha closer to you or closer to Willa? Did Willa say anything about what happened on that day?
People are different. She might have told Willa things she doesn't tell me. Mostly we talk about riding and fencing. We're like riding and fencing friends. She and Willa do other stuff like dancing and stuff, so it's not my bag.
Can she give us an introduction to Willa? Just to
She says,
see
sure,
that.
I'll even go with you if you like.
Yeah.
Look,
Right.
I promise
That would
you,
be good.
we do whatever it takes to find her. She's like, I didn't even know she was still missing. I thought it was like a, you know what I'm trying to tell you? I thought it would like come and go.
Right.
Yeah, she's
Okay,
been
that'll
missing for a
help
couple
speed us up, so we don't have to enter through the servant's door.
days.
Okay, so she just throws on a giant tartan cloak that Mungo instantly wants. Lined in wolf fur, looking very posh, and in a kiltoy, really loud, like purple, green, and yellow tartan. You're off. She just walks because you're in one of the nicest neighborhoods, and she basically takes you 4 streets over, and there you are at the Gold's house. And it's not a major part of the game, Lenata, but you instantly notice that they're Mazdayanans. Which is not uncommon in the crafts, but as soon as the steward opens the front door, you see the shrine by the door and go like, also correctly tended. Also, the oil lamp is burning correctly. Everything about this house pleases you. And they call for Willa, and hold on, because I'm not going to make this so easy for you. Oh no, but she is home. She's home. So, yep, she comes down. Once again, you're in a kitchen. Once again, the cook starts serving you food. It's about 2 p.m, so you're all perfectly willing to eat again, especially Di, who is willing to eat pretty much all the time. Okay, you've got Willa. Where are we going?
I'm just going to make a point of doing a Mastayanan blessing over the food before I eat, just to let her know that we're on the same wavelength.
Oh, well, Willa actually matches you word for word like any Anglican would if you were saying a grace. And yeah, you feel you've probably added a point or two to her likelihood to pay attention to you.
Good.
So, did Nisha tell her anything about what's going on?
Willa looks at Linata and says, "She's my best friend. I'm really concerned about her."
We're concerned about it too, and our task, which we've willingly undertaken, is to bring her home safely, and we would just appreciate anything that you could tell us. Some of us may look a little rough and ready, but we all have Nisha's best interests at heart.
She looks across the table at Anike and says, "You all look like Anike to me." Anike is wearing a fighting doublet and would clearly just had a fencing lesson and does not look like a great or wealthy lady. Willa says, I'm going to save time. Sorry, I would not ordinarily do this for a party, but I'm going to cut to what she has to tell you that you don't already know. In fact, she repeats a bunch of stuff, but what she says is that she's pretty sure that Nisha went to visit her old nurse when she ditched them 2 weeks ago. And Anike says, "I thought she went to see the boy." And Willa shrugs and says, "I don't tell you everything." And they sort of glare at each other.
Did you say where Sylvia is currently living?
She didn't say, but it must be somewhere around the town, Zara, because, she was back in time for a picnic and we were over there. And she clearly wanted us to ride over towards her county.
Question: is that gate near the aqua gate where they keep the horses?
Yeah, Aqueduct Gate would be the fastest way to get to Zara.
Well,
Okay.
We need to go to Zara.
They're next.
Yep.
we could also just go to the gate and check the horses there while we're there. So we go in that direction. So.
Yeah, so we probably need to just go to Zara and look around.
So we're an hour and a half in. You guys are making fine progress, thanks to, in addition to some other things, some fabulous die rolling. And I'm going to suggest we won't take a break here, but I am going to say that this is the end of the first day. Let me make my point quickly. By the time you leave Willa Gold and then probably walk Ms. McBain back to her house, because that's how Mungo would be as a Keltoi, it's going to be 5:36. Darkness is falling because it's winter, and you're not going to go to the Aqueduct Gate today. Okay. I'm just telling you this. I'm not really asking. Besides, the bastard has to go pick up 2 people and walk them home. People have things to do. So I'm going to say that basically you all go back to your various holes. So I'm just going to say this out, and then I'm going to call this a day. Di doesn't live anywhere. She lives on the streets. Anybody want to give her a place to sleep overnight? Because otherwise she's going up to the pinnacle and sleeping under a ledge.
Yeah, I'll definitely give him a place to stay. No. I'll give him a place to stay.
Cool.
Okay.
Di, you're going to get the best night's sleep you've had in 4 weeks.
Excellent. And a bath if I'm lucky.
The Keltoi actually has like mattresses and things. It's amazing.
Cool.
And you can absolutely get a bath. It's like you're having the time of your life. You should do more of these investigations. This is the
Absolutely.
way. Okay, I'm just going to cut to the next morning. Bastard, you've done your daily escort service, and you probably asked some of the questions that I've already answered. This is the time that you'd be delivering some of that information. I'm not fashing you guys with the difficulties of this, which if we were playing a longer game, I'd watch the time. Okay, so I'm going to say it's 8 a.m, and you guys just agreed to meet at the aqueduct gate. That seems pretty logical. There you all are. Hey, I could be a complete bastard and roll to see who's really late. Actually, I literally just rolled a critical success. So on the beat of 8 o'clock on the Great Bell, all of you appear in the square in front of the aqueduct gate. It's like magic. It's like the Three Musketeers. You're all on time. This is not like any party I've actually ever participated in, but sure. I will say, Mungo, it was really hard to get Di out of bed this morning. She just sat on the feather mattress you gave him, eating apple tarts, just one after another. Okay, here we all are, ready to go.
Should we go to the stables and see if Nisha's horse is gone?
Yeah, and then on to the estate.
I need to make a side trip while we're out of the city, pick up a couple of things. Is that doable from this gate?
So, your place that you want to go to is maybe 2 miles north of the town of Zara.
Okay, so can we loop around? I got to pick up something.
You guys renting horses?
Yes.
What are you doing at the gate? Somebody tell me what you're doing, because I think you.
You first gotta figure out where's her horse is. If her horse is there.
Her horse is there.
So
can we talk
magnificent horse it is. You're looking at 250 ducats worth of horse flesh. Linata, this is a fine, heavy, what we would now call a heavy hunter or a cavalry horse. Just the kind of horse that you really like.
Can we talk to one of the ostlers?
Absolutely.
Someone who might know Nisha by sight?
I'm not going to say they actually hold their hands out, but they are ostlers. So they all kind of look at you and say, might know. They say, looking purposefully at your purses and wallets.
Okay, I'm going to take out a piece of silver and meditatively flip it in my hand as we ask, do any of you know Nisha, the daughter of the Countess Zara?
I think so, says one guy. He steps forward and says, yeah, that's her horse,
When did you last see her?
He looks around at the other ostlers, and there's some shouting up and down. By the way, there's these giant ramps. I don't know if you've ever been in a big, royal stables, but they're multi-level stables with ramps because horses don't like stairs. So they're big echo chambers with hundreds and hundreds of horse stalls. Anyway, there's some shouting around, and then he finally says, 2 weeks.
Right. So she's not been here at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Which means either she left by some other gate or she did it at night. Are the gates locked at night?
Locked unless you have a special pass. And those passes are not easy to get. That's not an aristocrat thing. That's an everyone thing.
I don't think she would have left her horse, though, regardless of what, if she left the city.
Yeah, true.
So.
What about Yanni? And I kind of try and describe the apprentice a bit. Has any one of that description come through that you have seen?
Dice must be rolled.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope, absolutely not. Nobody. The ostler is trying to earn his money, but he basically says, a relatively handsome young man in a leather doublet. Yeah, we hardly ever see one of those.
Okay. That's probably a perception check or something, isn't it?
No, I did the die rolling for you.
Okay.
There's a lot of shrugging and like maybe, like
Fair enough.
and they sort of chew it around, and one guy says, "You mean Yanni Brewsty, don't you? Because
Yes.
he's like seeing the Countess's daughter. We all know that. Everybody knows that, Mister."
Well, that's why I wondered if he'd been through.
And anyway, he wouldn't ride out this gate. He smiles, or at least I wouldn't if I was seeing a nobleman's daughter. I'd ride out a different gate.
Which gate?
He just stares at the ceiling and says, "Wouldn't know."
Would you
It's
know
worth
if
our
this
money.
piece of silver was two pieces of silver?
And at 2 pieces of silver, he says, "Now I wish I knew, but I don't."
Okay. So I guess we'll just have to figure out the nurse thing and then come back to the city, because I don't think that she's.
I think we got to go out and visit her. I think that's
Yeah.
our strongest link left.
So let's rent some horses.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you've already bribed the ostlers, so you get okay horses. Rental horses aren't the best horses. I don't know if you guys have ever rented a car, but it's very similar. You get all the horse that 30 other people didn't really want, and they won't really test your riding skill, but for Linata, it's kind of like torture. Hard mouth, sway back. Not really your
no smoking. Please.
Right. I'm not going to run renting horses as a separate adventure, so you're good to go. I am going to say, however, that you're about to leave the city, so this is a good chance for you to tell me that you armored up, generally prepared yourselves in other ways, or didn't.
I feel like we will.
Since I have my license, I'll go and get my heavy pistols.
I have a dagger. That's it. It's concealed and it goes in the bag because nobody likes looking in there.
That's why
It mostly just smells like onions all the time.
That's why I'm making these side trips so I can arm up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to do a party roll here to see if any of you are bagged on the way to the gate. Wow, you got a critical success and 4 other successes on 5 dice. Nobody had any problems whatsoever. You guys could have driven a war machine through the gate. The watch is not paying attention today. Maybe they're busy somewhere else.
Don't worry, we're saving our critical fumbles for the combat.
No, but that's like amazing. That's 3 critical successes in a single game. You're rolling. So okay, I think you've all armed up and you're riding. Where are you going anyway?
Zara.
Sorry. Yeah.
Headed to Zara with a side trip to my cave to get my stuff.
You going there first?
Yes, to the cave first, because I'm not riding Zara without my gun.
Okay, so you guys have an amusing ride along the highway. I'm just going to roll some random encounter dice while I talk, and we'll have a sudden stop if highwaymen attack you, which I know Mungo would love, but highwaymen aren't dumb, and 4 travelers, at least one of whom has holster pistols. My view of bandits on the road in role-playing games is like my cat, who is a killing machine who weighs 11 pounds, mostly attacks things that weigh about 1/4 of an ounce, and that's how I view bandits. Like, bandits aren't looking for a fight. Bandits are looking for a clear, easy win. So if there were bandits, they were not interested. And you guys ride out. Eventually, you come to a crossroads, take a tiny dirt track, and then the bastard turns to you all and basically says, "Wait here, I'll be back in 15 minutes." And he dismounts and walks off into the woods.
I have a picnic while we wait.
If anybody wants a garlic or onion scented apple tart, Di has a couple.
It's only
Right.
only a day old.
After quarter hour, the bastard comes back with a long case over his shoulder and mounts his horse with a degree of competency. Lenata, you have figured out that the bastard is really quite a good rider, in case you didn't know that before. You've also figured out that the your Keltoi friend Mungo, but you knew this, is not what you'd call a good rider. He's also larger than any horse they had in the civic stable. So you know his feet sort of dangle down and the stirrups are too long. Anyway, you're good to go. You've been to the cave. Well,
So
one
I
of
have
you's
my
been-
rifle and my rapier.
You do.
Yep, got them both.
Okay. And you ride back down to the crossroads, take a different road, and now you're riding down into Zara. So who wants to make the party perception roll?
All right.
You want that to be Dai. Dai probably has the best mind.
Yeah.
Find. Right. Or is it mind? Sorry.
Mind.
That's fine. Is it just straight mind? Okay.
Straight mind.
Yeah. Okay. Is it 6 over or 7 and over?
7 and over.
Just one success.
Yeah. So as you ride down, and you literally ride down out of the hills into the county of Zara, it's not a big county, by the way. We're talking like 8 square miles, maybe, with 2 fishing villages and a town of about 5,000 people. Remember, these are early modern towns. They're not like modern towns where, 30,000 is a major city, 5,000 is a solid town. So you ride down, you can see the town on the coast because you were much higher. But as you pass a couple of hamlets, little farm villages, you notice that they're squalid. And the empire isn't poor, nor is it like a place with poverty-stricken peasants. So it's quite surprising to see a farming hamlet with like 1 brace of oxen, 2 pigs, and a donkey in 8 houses. That's poverty. That's what you would expect to see in Aramea, those of you who were veterans, but you wouldn't expect to see that in the Empire. And after you've passed 2 of these hamlets, you're like, wow, these people is Poe.
I don't think we want to advertise our connection to the family here, do we?
No.
Probably not.
And the other reason for your perception roll is each hamlet you ride through, you can see people just watching you in sullen silence. They just watch you.
I can sort of. Do you think that she?
Do we see any signs of soldiers, bravos?
Not while you're on the roads. Not yet, he said, portentously.
We're heading for the fishing village, right? We're heading for the coast.
You're heading for the main town, Zara, unless you tell me otherwise.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that
that's fine.
coastal?
Yeah, it is. It's right on the coast. It's got a port, a little pretty good port.
Does it have an inn?
Absolutely.
Should we go there and see if we can get Sylvia any sort of hint as to Sylvia Pimpanini's whereabouts?
Yeah.
So it's a
Fine,
walled
so-
town with a gate, and there are what I could only describe as thugs on the gate. I would not grace them with the name soldiers, and neither would Lenata. They're slovenly. They have some weapons, and they're basically, there's no traffic in and out of the gate, so you stick out like a sore thumb as you ride up on horses.
Okay, I would say we have business in the town. Will you please let us pass?
And the thug basically says, "Leave all your weapons right here. We'll take real good care of them."
I think someone needs to scare these guys, and it's not going to be me.
It's gonna be Monday, isn't it?
Yeah.
think I'll go. I could go for that intimidate. I think I could. Like, I'm gonna be like,
Do it.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say, I think we will.
Okay. Well, pick up. First of all, if you say you think you won't, that's your shout line.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're going to take your intimidate skill and add it to your mind, I believe, and that's your dice pool.
All right. So 2 plus 3. You get 1 for the fate die, so it's 6.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. And remember, the fate die is a different color.
All right. Yeah, I got it. All right. I have 2 10s, a 1, a 5, and a 2, and my fate die is 7.
Great. You have 3 successes, and it's not a critical success, which is a relief to me, because if you guys scored a 4th critical success, I was going to start doubting your veracity. No, I would never do that. Okay, I have to make a defense die, and they're going to do this. They're going to do that. They are intimidated. And
Cool.
unfortunately, when you intimidate thugs, they react. So
Yeah.
they are what I will call to you professional killers temporarily cowed. Are you just going to ride in? What are you going to do? Like Buddy, who was talking to you, backs away, looking surly but intimidated.
Yeah. Let's just ride past him.
I'm like, gentlemen, sorry. I apologize. I'm just trying to say, can y'all just turn a blind eye for this one time?
Yeah, there's nothing more attractive than Mungo being nice.
We don't need anything. We don't need any problems.
We don't.
We need our weapons.
What? Can you just tell me what you're doing here?
We're just trying to find someone. It's no big deal.
No one's supposed to be armed here but the Count's men.
No one has to know.
We're the Count's men.
Technically.
I don't think you want to say that.
Too late.
He looks at you and says, "You're the Count's." Well, first of all, nope, he's never heard of you, bastard. He goes, "You're the Count's men? Like, fuck you are. I know the
Count
Count's
has
men."
more men than you. What do you think? You're the only Count's man? So he sent us here himself.
Ultimately, we're not
For
here
whatever-
trouble.
For whatever reason, he just backs off.
Now open the gate and
He does.
shut your pie hole.
Okay, you ride in through the gates into a town that is like Dodge City in high noon. Every door is closed. There is no one on the street.
So the man that Mungo intimidated, I'm going to motion him over.
Okay.
He very cautiously approaches you.
I tell him, now you're going to tell us where Sylvia, and I can't remember her last name, you're going to tell us where
Piclamini.
she is. Piclamini. Because the Count has sent us to get her, if you know what I mean.
Uh,
Oh,
No.
you don't know what I mean. Never mind. You're just a paid man.
he
Just a favorite.
he looks at you for a moment, and then he just shakes his head slightly and says, "She lives outside town."
Okay, where outside town?
He says, "You know, if the Count had sent you, you'd fucking know where she lived."
Do you want to fucking test me? I'm bringing out the noble this time. I don't like doing it, but I'm going to bring it out.
Well, okay. Roll a mind roll.
Okay. Let's see.
No, it doesn't matter. He critical failed. This is just not the game master's day to actually play against the party. Okay, he knuckles. He says, okay, whoever you are, and he basically gives you directions. There's some isolated farms. It's a pretty good farm. It's about a mile outside of town, slightly up in the hills, not the way you came, but on a small back road that is mostly back towards the city.
Okay. Well, I tell him to keep his eye out because there's like people out here that mean him ill will, and then we leave.
Before we go, can I just take are there people in the town? Like, are they just indoors?
Yeah, they're indoors.
Windows. Okay.
Yep. And I will say that while the bastard gets this possibly priceless piece of information, the rest of you did ride in. So you're now like inside the walls. Bastard, what are you doing? Oh, no. I have problems.
I'm in.
This is my problem.
Oh, I was
I
wondering.
don't think we can kill that monster. It's a little big for us.
Oh God, Venice is dying.
I may have to go feed some cats in a minute, but that's okay because we're coming up on our break. So
yeah, I gotta go feed a Chewini. So.
Okay. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm detecting magic.
Ooh,
in here.
that's fun.
Place. Yeah, so it's mind plus mage level. It says 8 dice on my sheet.
Yeah, you're quite powerful in that regard.
Yeah.
For such a quiet little man, you throw a lot of dice.
In a few things, not in a fight. Okay, it needs 6 pluses. That's 1. 1 critical success, 1 normal success. Neither were on the fate die.
I see where we might be having a confusion. It's only a critical success if you roll the 10 on the fate die.
Okay. So just 1 10 and 1 7.
So you have 2 successes on 8 dice.
Yeah.
Wow, you roll dice like me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say nothing unexpected. There's a temple or a chapel of Sophia in town, and you pick up the right glow from it. Probably there's a magic chalice on the altar or something like that. But you do sense something out towards the beach. Like right now you're at the gate, so the beach couldn't be, it's the farthest thing from you, basically, like right over on the waterfront. You sense something.
That's the wrong direction from where we want to go, though, isn't it?
Tis, but it is very interesting because it's weird, but you didn't roll well enough to get any more than that.
Okay.
What's the side trip?
Maybe there's something very weird and unsettling about this town. There's something going on. It might link back. I mean, it's just suspicious that all these things are happening in this area and that they're kind of related. I don't know. I think it'd probably take us 20 minutes to ride over there and have a look.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Oh,
5 minutes.
Okay. 20 minutes round trip, 5 minutes there, look around, 5 minutes, go back. Yeah, okay.
We know Nisha saw something that spooked her, so it's worth checking an anomaly.
Okay, you're going to ride over towards the beach.
Yeah.
You are riding horses through streets that are maybe 2 meters wide, so you're in single file. I won't make you give me a party order because that would give away that I was about to attack you. But no, it's not like that. But I'm going to assume you ride through town, everybody but die, looking up, looking back, looking down, because it's that kind of town.
I'm looking towards the beach.
I guess I do want a party order, and I'm not about to attack you. I just want to know who's in front.
I'm probably going in front because I just want to see what's there.
Cool. Always put the magic user in front. A
I know
basic
it's not
rule.
wise, but
Same order.
Okay, in that case, I'm just going to suggest that you be in the party order that I have you on the screen. So that means it's going to be Die, Mungo, Linata, the bastard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, well, so you ride through the town. It's not that you don't see anyone. You just don't see enough people, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
You see a woman scurry across the street with a market basket. She glares at you. She vanishes. You don't see any kids playing ever. And down on the waterfront when you get there, see, no one attacked you. Down on the waterfront when you get there, there's nets hanging where fishermen should have been repairing them. They're just hanging there, but there's no fisherman. Not even some old guy. Like, so, Di, are you going to cast Detect again?
Yeah, I was about to ask if I can do it again. I wasn't sure if it would give me the same results. But if we're closer...
Oh, no. It's a new adventure every time.
Okay.
And closer is better. You were right at the limit of detection anyway, especially on that die roll.
Okay. That's a lot better. 1, 2, 3. Negate that one. Negate that one. Oh, ones are critical fumble, aren't they?
Only if it's on your
on the fate
die.
die. Okay. 5 successes that time. None of them on the nothing. No criticals on the fate die.
Okay,
Anyway.
I'm just going to describe the action, and then I'll let you guys react. Die rides sort of around the wharves to the beach. If you can imagine that there's beach on either side of a couple of wharves, to the beach in the direction of Megara. By the way, you can see Megara. It's like 8 miles away on a long, long peninsula, so you can actually see the city from the seaside here. She rides right down onto the beach and says something like, oh, I'm trying to think of what a zoo geonist would actually say. You wouldn't say, oh my God, fuck me. I don't know. And there is what appears to be a summoning circle done in tiny sticks shoved into the sand. And in the middle of the summoning circle, there is a very large and what would be ordinarily a very expensive fish that has clearly been sacrificed or something like that. Yeah.
Is this recent? How dead is this fish?
Stinky dead.
Okay.
Day old.
Does this look like, I don't know how to explain it, like professional magic users, or is this kind of village witchcraft that they've scrambled together type?
Definitely village witchcraft, but it's very competent, and whatever it did gave off a lot of power. Yeah. Ooh, we have lost Scott.
Yes, we have.
Where'd Scott go?
He disappeared just before the summoning circle was...
He's afraid of magic, obviously.
Yeah, a townie jumped off a balcony, grabbed him, wrestled him to the ground, and put a dagger in him. See? That stuff just happens.
Oh, he just sent us a message.
Oh, yes.
He's
here backstage.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to say, is it computer problems, Scott, or are you returning later? Okay. Okay, he's coming back.
Okay.
We are just about to go to our break. So, Di, this is serious shit. You're pardon my language, but you're looking at least mid-level practitioner, non-academy, non-anything you've seen, the kind of stuff that you'd have thought that this was kind of like old wives' tales stuff.
Do I know the kind of thing that people would be trying to summon with this? I mean, for example, they're using a fish. Is that like a specific sacrifice? Is there, things that fishermen try to do, or?
Well, I think a couple of you have lore as a skill.
I do not.
I've got a bit in
No,
it.
Mungo, you're from far away, and you.
This is just like
Scott says he does. So Scott, you're kind of a local, weirdly. So I want you to make the lore roll. This is exactly what happened yesterday, and Scott, is your computer screwing with you? As soon as you make this lore roll, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, troubleshoot the PC during that.
Right. So your lore is 4, and I believe your lore is 2, and your mind is, I can't remember. But you should add the 2 together, and that's your number of dice. Right. So you get 6 dice plus your fate die, and you're going for 8 or better. This is a difficult roll. There's something chilling about talking to the text.
yeah.
Silently, the bastard turns, looks at all of you, and says, "The fish folk."
Okay. Oh God, they're trying to raise Cthulhu. I knew it.
And I feel like that's a really good place to take our 10-minute break.
Okay.
So none of the rest of you have ever heard of the fish folk, including Di. And
that was a joke, by the way.
What? What was that?
Sorry, I was saying that was a joke. Yeah, not really Cthulhu. Go on.
I will tell you what Scott knows about the fish folk when we come back from the break.
All right.
Great.
Okay, I'm just going to run off and get a cup of coffee. I will see you all and feed some cats before I'm overrun. Catch you soon. Bye-bye.
All right.
Good. So just to catch you up, so you've just seen a summoning circle. Di seems to be disturbed. And I'm gonna give you a couple of things. First of all, Mungo and the bastard are both aware that you're being watched. The bastard thinks maybe you were followed down to the waterfront. He's just looking behind him. And pardon me for putting words in your mouth, Scott, but he's going to say, "I've been here before, and it's low tide." And he points towards the walls, which only come down to the beach, and says, "We could just ride along the beach and leave. Not go out by the gate."
Yeah. It's probably for the best too.
Yeah, like I don't think we should go back where we came from.
So do we do that?
Di, do you want to do anything with the summoning circle, or do you just want to leave it as it lies? And what are you guys doing?
You're muted.
I think that Di is muted.
Sorry. Yeah. I was going to say I don't think I can do anything with it. I make a quick sketch of it in my notebook. Are there any symbols around it, or is it just sticks and kind of?
So it's a pretty wild summoning circle. It's not shaped like a circle. It's shaped like a fish, like a early Christian fish. Except that there's no Christianity here. And it has some very wild sort of whorls that are not the way you'd make a summoning circle. Yeah, it's I'm going to put it this way. You'd think it was fake, except for the amount of power it's exuding.
Okay.
What do I know about the fish folk?
That's probably a good thing, too.
Yes.
So they're called the Piscati, and you've never seen one. It's sort of a old wives' tale. maybe it's an old husband's tale here. We're a diverse culture. You know, the fisher folk claim that there's some sort of people who live in the sea, and they have cities underwater, and it's got to be all bullshit because, you know, there's like all kinds of ships and you've never seen one yourself, but there's just these rumors that these fish folk live out there in the water, and sometimes they make deals with fishermen.
Oh,
So if you were a smuggler, say, and you were in a dispute with your sort of landowning aristocrat, the fish folk might be worth having on side.
I mean, if there were fish folk, they might be. Yep.
and if there were fish folk and your town is losing people, they might be losing them to the fish folk.
I'd rather not think about the fish folk in general.
If they summon
I'm sure it
the
has.
fish folk, they're seeing the fish folk as allies, right?
Unless he's paying the fish folk and people.
Can I work out
peasants.
what has been summoned?
Um,
I don't know if that's possible.
that is not your kind of magic.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to do a quick sketch of it in like a notebook or something for my own records, and we can probably just move the hell out of here and look for the nurse.
Yeah.
There's people at the academy you could ask about this sort of thing, but this is not what you study or what you studied back in Jew. In Jew, you're civilized folk. You don't have like peasant witches in this countryside. Although now that you think about it, you certainly do have actually peasant witches working in the countryside, but yeah, that's a long way away.
I don't know them. Yeah, and I don't want to be in this town when it's dark, so.
I don't want to be in the town. Period.
Yeah. Let's get out of here and its weird fish rituals and.
Yeah. And go and talk to
chalk it
Sylvia.
up to the. Yes.
You just chalked it up. It's just a weird thing to happen. Okay, well, we don't talk about this. Okay.
If we find other details in future, we'll, yeah.
Okay, so you can
Never talk about the fish folk.
you can just ride south along the beach, go right under the wall castle at the end. Nobody bugs you, and when you're outside the walls, you're already going in the right direction to go to the farm you were directed to. So if you ride,
Prince
Oh, yes, there
were
were-
or anything like.
oh, wait a minute. So are you going to ride down and look?
No, just as we're going along, kind of along the beach. I just want to keep an eye out. Are there any sign of prints coming in and out of the water?
Well, this is your 5th critical success.
Okay. I'll
There's
take
a
it.
very large webbed footprint all by itself just above the current wave line, about 40 feet from the summoning circle.
Okay, and that must have been before the last tide was up. So.
And that, by the way, just literally makes all of you make a sanity check.
Oh.
So
Is it coming out of the water or into the water?
out of the water.
Oh, cool.
So your sanity,
Sanity is 12.
your sanity, you're rolling on a D20, and you want to roll over the number that you were given as your sanity level.
Oh, interesting.
Are there any modifiers?
Nope.
Oh dear.
I passed,
Uh-oh.
but my sanity is quite good at 5. So.
I failed. I got
I got
9.
I failed
17,
too.
So, what so I got
Pardon
even.
me. I lied to you. I lied to you. You wanted to roll under your sanity.
Whew, I'm good.
Okay, in that case, I failed by a lot. So,
Okay, so let me just clarify. Let us say you had a 15. You rolled a D20. You want 15 or less.
Yeah.
You need to
Yeah,
tell me
that sounds-
the number by which you failed.
My sanity's 5. I rolled 11.
So you failed by 6.
Yes.
So you can immediately drop your sanity to 4
Oh, lovely. I do love going mad in games.
as a creeping feeling of the unreality of the universe sort of fills you with a nihilistic dread of nothing in particular. Anybody else fail?
I went even. What was that like?
It makes you angry because you're scared. That's how you react to being scared, Mungo.
When you say large footprint, by the way, what kind of large? Like bigger than my foot, or?
I would say big enough to support a 300 to 350 pound creature.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. It's like double my character's body weight. I'll kind of shakily make a sketch of the size of that foot, roughly, and ride a little bit faster.
So you'll all notice that Dai is giggling a lot, which
It's funny. It's funny.
which from us and shivering and giggling, it's not a pleasant sight.
Can we do anything for Dai with first aid?
No, not immediately.
How about booze?
Does any of you carry a hip flask?
Ooh. Let me see.
I can tell you that Lenata definitely does not. But I'll just give Mungo a hip flask full of
Nope, I shouldn't.
heavy whiskey. You gonna feed her some whiskey?
Of course.
Okay, well that calms him down, and doesn't make the sketching any better, but otherwise. So I'm going to take you away from all this. I think you ride fairly hurriedly away, with the bastard looking back over his shoulder 8 or 9 times. You go under the wall castle, and you're outside of the town. And I won't lie to you, you all feel a little better the moment you get outside the wall.
I will say as well, sorry, just for future reference, I probably do have drugs on me.
Well, Dai, I would say that a shot of Thurix or maybe a pipe of opium is probably called for.
Yeah, I dig up the pipe. That's a little bit more subtle, isn't it? People can have all kinds of things in pipes, so just while we're riding.
Okay.
You bring in a for everyone.
So yeah,
no.
we're try to find this
probably everyone could pass around for a puff, maybe, but I imagine Leonata will pass.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's too much world building, but
Yes.
Lenata avoids hard liquor, but actually nothing else is forbidden. So,
okay.
For all I know, she's a hard smoker. However, we're just going to move on because we are going to finish this adventure, friends. So, right, are you going to the nurse's farm? Is that our goal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, in the interests of getting to the end, I'm just going to take you there. In fact, you have to ride cross country. It starts to rain. It's winter. Riding cross country, if you haven't done it in winter, is a good way to get really muddy, wet, and miserable. And you all have just had your morale assaulted. So this is not a pleasant 2-mile ride. And you dismount in the courtyard of a farm. It's super muddy and smells of pig.
Just like her boots.
And wow, good observation, Dai. And in fact, I would say that looking at this farmyard, you immediately go, someone rode cross country and ended up like, oh yeah, now I see. You can just look at your own shoes and go like, it all makes perfect sense to me. So there's a I guess you could call him an ostler, stable hand in the farmyard. This is a prosperous little farm in an unprosperous place. You're on.
All right.
Okay.
I guess we can try to go in.
Just knock.
Yeah, let's knock.
Okay, there's a farmyard gate. The stable hand comes, looks out the gate, and says, "May I help you?"
We wish to speak with Sylvia Piccolomini.
Who shall I say has come to her door?
Say it's about her mistress. And it's
Former
urgent.
mistress of hers. But, yeah.
Okay. 2 minutes later, 2 wet, cold minutes later, the gate opens and you're taken into a pretty good sized farmhouse. Couple of servants around, and there's an older woman sitting in the proverbial rocking chair by the fire. Pretty well dressed. She doesn't look like she's assaulted with poverty. She looks you all over and says, "What do you want to know about my mistress?"
She's gone missing, actually.
We were hoping you could enlighten us as to where she might be.
Do you have any bona fides, gentlefolk? I don't usually meet with strangers. And by the way, the stable hand is standing behind you with a large Flintlock Carbine blunderbuss.
We will be frank with you. We were hired by the Countess Azara to find her missing daughter, but the things that we've seen on the way here have led us to believe that perhaps the family's interests and the interests of the residents of the county might not entirely coincide. We are only concerned to bring the girl home safe.
Yeah.
We don't condone what the Count has done. We're not here as agents of the Count. We're here to protect the girl.
She looks you all over and says, "You don't have a token, a ring, anything you're supposed to show me?"
Oddly enough, all her jewelry was gone.
And her dagger.
She shakes her head and says, "That's ugly. I don't like it. This is the first I'd heard she was missing. Why hasn't anybody told me? Why doesn't anybody tell me anything?"
Well, you do live out in the middle of nowhere, no disrespect.
And you
Also, they fired you.
You were dismissed from her service. 2 weeks later, she saw something in this area that terrified and shook her. And 2 weeks after that,
She
she
disappeared.
disappeared.
She sits back, looks you all over and says, I told her how the land lay, or how the water lay, might be more like it."
What did she summon from the water, or rather, what did the people here summon?
She looks at you and really stares at you, Di, and says, "What do you know?"
I pull out my notebook that has the sketch of the summoning circle and just kind of show it to her.
She shakes her head and
Without saying
says,
anything.
"That's a bad business."
Right, and what about this business? And I kind of flip the page to the other side where it's got the footprint also sketched down.
She looks at you and says, "That's fisher folk messing with something they shouldn't be messing with."
I think we kind of need some answers from you. What this has to do with the girl and you, and why you're here.
Okay, once again, the game master is going to say, in the interests of getting to the end, I'm just going to data dump instead of making you pull this out of her.
Okay.
So over the course of 15 minutes or more, scones are served, hot apple cider is provided, and Di feels better about the future of the world. And she says the following. She says, "You know the Count is a tyrant, and he's made a lot of enemies here. And I told Nisha all about that because she didn't even know why she'd been moved back into the city. And yeah, I told her, and I told her not to come back here again because the fisher folk have sold her to the fish."
How does
Her
that work?
specifically?
How does that work exactly?
I don't want to
She-
be sold any fish.
She looks around and she says, "You're not from the seaside, are you?" Well, folks around here, they have had a good living until the Count took it away from them. And they have friends, wicked friends. And when he brought his thugs, they called on their friends. And now it's war.
But was Nisha the price of that summoning? Was she what was promised?
It's complicated, and I can't pretend I know everything that goes on in my hometown. But I'm worried that she'd be the one the fish would want. The Count's old and stringy.
I'm not asking her this. Do I know can summonings be cancelled or reversed? Like, is that a ritual or?
So that you don't go down a wrong road, you're going to gather from her conversation that what she fears is that they summoned one of the chieftains of the fish to make a deal. But
Okay.
the summoning isn't like a demonic summoning where a demon appears in the summoning circle, even though maybe that's the origin of the magic. But this is wild countryside magic where they don't know how the rules work. So probably
it's like
a fish
ringing the
just
doorbell.
Yeah, and the fish just swims up out of the sea.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So canceling the circle does nothing, though, really, because it's
Just
just
like get rid of the doorbell.
Yeah.
get rid of the doorbell, but we've already knocked.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Sylvia, you say you don't know everything that goes on in the town, but do you know who in the town would have the power to perform a summoning like that?
She smiles and says, "Well, I would, but I didn't do it."
So you're a magic user.
She shrugs and says, "There's more things on heaven and earth than are heard of in your philosophy, Missy."
But in that case, you must know who else in this vicinity has that power, or where we would find them. If you care anything for your mistress's life, tell us now.
I wouldn't help them. She says, I could tell you a couple of names.
Please.
What happens when the fish people do catch this girl? Is
Well-
she gonna like reverse of a fish dinner?
They'd have given, she said, if I'm right, and I probably am, they've just given the fish folk a talisman, something of hers, and the fish folk will just hunt her.
Would she know this? Would that be why she might disappear and try and get weapons? And
Well, I told her to be careful,
okay.
and I think the Count moved them all back into town. I told him off and he fired me. I told him he'd started a war, something he couldn't understand. He didn't even believe me about the fish folk.
Okay.
When they lived out here, where was their estate?
You could probably see it on your way in. It was quite close to this farm.
Are you thinking something might be there, or
I'm thinking either she might
We
be
can
hiding
check it
out
out.
there
Have a
because it's
look.
a place she knows.
Yeah.
Or it might be where the fish creature went to find her because it would have her scent, her aura about it.
If it's
Would
nearby,
I
it's
know-
no hassle to check.
Would I know if the fish folk could travel very far away from water?
Not very far with comfort.
Okay.
it would be pretty far, but also, I don't think I done lost my train of thought.
Well, I'm going to remind you of something you mostly know. You don't have any reason to believe that Nisha is outside of the city.
Yeah, she hadn't left. That's all I'm about to say. She hadn't left the town because her horse was still there.
True.
So, more than likely, she's still in town. But now we know.
Maybe
fish folk
hiding
are
out
town
of-
Lottie said, I told her to stay away from water, and
Right,
I
but
told
how
her
do we find her?
and I told her to stay in town.
Okay, so where in town would it not be any water?
Well, it's like got canals everywhere, doesn't it? So she's.
Mhm.
I
Well,
guess
there's-
you look for somewhere like an enclosed garden.
I don't
The
want to I don't want to lead you guys astray, but I will say that the first thing that occurs to die is the pinnacle where the slums are, which, unlike most cities, is the rocky area in the center of town. In most towns,
Okay.
the higher up you go, the richer people are. But in this particular town, like in medieval Constantinople, the poorest people live the highest up under the aqueduct. So that would be the highest
Okay.
place and the furthest from water. But that's literally the slums. And Di, you're pretty sure that if a rich girl were slumming it in the slums, you or the bastard would already maybe know about that.
How about the flats?
Yes.
How are they surrounded by water?
Yeah, the flats are, I mean, they're on the waterfront, and South Wall, where you heard that Brewsty had his apartment, has some canals, but it has a waterfront, but it also rises away from the sea and has fewer canals than most of the rest of the city.
It's probably the place where she's at.
Sylvia, did you
She's-
ever
Yeah.
did you ever go with your mistress when she went to meet with her
Lover.
lover?
Her son. The side squeeze.
You mean Messire Brewsty? A fine
Yes.
young man. A fine young man. I hope you don't take me for the kind of permissive nurse who would allow her charge to commit an indiscretion in her presence.
We take
She
you
smiles and says, but I have accompanied her on a number of, let's say, more secretive trips.
Is it
one of these
possible
days,
that
the
she's
trip
with
being
him
a
now?
part.
Yeah.
Say that again?
Is it possible that she's with him now? And if she is, will you give us the location? Because we need to find her and we need to end this to put her out of danger.
She says, I would help you, but I don't know. I don't know where she would go. And I
you
haven't
ever
seen her
visit-
in weeks.
Did you ever visit an apartment in the flats with
No.
her?
No, we wouldn't go down to the flats.
Where did she go?
Oh, parks. The academy. The academy has lovely gardens with hedges and places to sit that aren't easily observed, and other places.
Hmm.
Is detect magic a visible thing when you do it?
No.
Okay, I want to detect magic because I don't entirely trust this woman. Like, a lot of this narrative relies on her just saying stuff. For all we know, she could have a grudge or whatever. And she says she's a magic user, so I guess I'm just interested in trying that. Especially if it's invisible. Oh, 8 dice. Okay. And higher than 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus Christ. Okay. For that one, I've gotten 7 successes because it only needs higher than 6.
Well-
That's detect magic, just in the room where you're standing.
So she's wearing a magic pendant around her neck. It's a courier crystal.
Okay.
It's quite powerful. Studded around the house, there's a magic cook pot in the kitchen, and a number of other of the sort of magic items that you would expect in a prosperous, wealthy household. But
Magic.
aside from magic is common as dirt here. People, young people use
Okay.
basic magic for birth control. Like, it's not uncommon. So I'm just gonna, again, in an attempt to get through this adventure
fine.
in 3 or 4 hours,
Yeah.
say it seems like a normal high level of magic, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, for the region. Okay. It was worth checking. Right. I
But
guess
that courier crystal she's wearing, that's a 500 ducat courier crystal.
What kind of crystal did you say? Courier.
So Courier crystal. Little background. Courier crystal is a magical storing device. Allows you to pack it with basically will points that you can use at your discretion, so that you're not just running off your body. They're very expensive. This is a particularly good one.
Okay. I wonder where she would have got that from then.
Probably her own.
Her savings, you reckon?
I mean, she worked for a really good servant job. So,
yeah.
But
Maybe.
She did used to be. Wasn't she a noblewoman? Yeah, an aristocrat herself.
Okay.
Yep, from a pretty rich family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let it lie.
I mean, you look at the farm. This isn't the farm that some retired nurse lives on.
Yeah.
What if we don't have to find the girl at all and we deal direct with the fish guy? Is that a bad idea?
That could be a bad idea.
Just thinking outside the box.
Because we don't know how many fish people there are.
No, we've got a doorbell though.
I'm not categorically against it. Like, it's possible. You're dealing with a lot of unknowns if you decide to contact the fish folk. But I will absolutely, as the game master, let you go down that road.
I do feel that we need to find the girl. I feel like my personal promise is to find the girl.
That's fair.
And
also, nobody offered to pay you for getting the fish folk to go away. They offered to pay you for finding the girl. And please be the mercenaries you were hired to be.
That's true.
Yeah. The fish folk is above my pay grade anyway.
Can we track it? It's a magical creature. If we can sense it, it might actually lead us to her.
Not a magical creature.
Okay. But if we think she's back in town, then I guess we should be heading there.
The thing is, now we know what's after her and what's at stake.
Yeah.
We just don't know where she is.
Right. So should we go and look south wall? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. South
There's
wall.
Probably no way to physically track it. Like, since I am a tracker, I'm a scout. There's probably no way to physically track it back into the city.
Well, I'll give you this much. If you ever saw one of those tracks again, you would definitely know it.
Yeah. Okay.
So it can't go far from water. It must be coming up from the sea, probably through the canals. So is there a specific canal or outlet of water that comes near this area that would come from the city? Because that might be the point to go back up, if that makes sense. I don't know if that explanation makes sense to anyone.
I understand what you're asking, but I'm very sorry not to have provided you a map because I've got one. But it's beyond my computer ability to ship it to you now. But basically, the whole of Megara is a peninsula with canals entering all the way around the peninsula. So north side is more industrial and south side is more residential. But they both have canals. They just can't go all the way through because of the pinnacle where you live, the rocky center where the aqueduct runs down the middle. If you've ever been to Istanbul, it's just Istanbul. It's just Istanbul with canals.
I think we may have got to the point where...
What if we go back to the city and we find the point closest to this village and see if there's a canal there that, with muddy banks, something like that they could have come in closest to the shore to get to where she's supposed to be?
I'm not going to let you do that simply because you would know that coming in north side into a canal would just get you into north side. So then there'd be no way for a fish, for the fish folk to cross into south side, whereas it would be quite easy to swim the deep water. You have to assume they can swim real well to swim the deep water around to south side.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll head to south side then. That seems the best bet.
Are we at the point where we need to find out where this love nest is, right? The place that Janice Brewster bought. Yeah. Are we at the point where we do what Scott suggested right at the outset, where we start leaning on the furniture salesman?
Or the The heads of the gang, the three heads.
Yeah,
The only
I think
thing
we
I'm
didn't do that
worried
because it
about
was.
that is like we're kind of on a time
It took-
clock now because now we know she's being chased.
Yeah, true. Well, maybe we should offer a bribe. Yeah, if we say they're looking for Yanis Brusty rather than that we're looking for Denisha. Maybe
Well, who are
somebody
the
would.
landlords? He's renting, right? So there must be people renting flats. I mean, you could ask around for. I don't know.
Yeah.
We should head back to the city anyway, I
Yeah.
guess, and discuss as we go.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. Just in the
Okay.
interest of time, you're on the right track. But I again, we're at 2:45 and we're going to end on time. Damn it. So you're going to go back to South Side. Now, South Side is the whole south side of the city. South Wall is the neighborhood you are aiming for. But I think what you want to do is spread out and gumshoe. You just want to use your sources, except for Lenata, who will just go to chapel.
Well,
I'll pray for you guys.
Thank
Those are
you.
my thoughts.
If Dai goes to the pinnacle, just in case the girl actually did try and hide out, if Mungo and the bastard use their underworld and badass contacts to comb, I'll give you all some die rolls and I'll basically say you spent a day looking.
Okay.
And I feel like, again, in a longer game, we'd play all this out. But I think here it's best that I just let you're on the right track. Gather what you can get and move on in the interest of time. Okay.
Mm.
So cold, wet, and muddy. You have to return your horses to the same gate that you left.
Yeah.
So you go back to the aqueduct gate. By the way, there's a giant aqueduct that runs down out of the mountains and then runs into the city through the gate. It's fairly spectacular. You hand in your horses. Mungo pays. You are so lucky to have Mungo. You're all carrying a fair amount of weaponry.
Ooh.
Now, I'm going to suggest, this is the game master telling you how to live your lives, that Lenata flashes her commission and letter and basically says, dump the hardware at my... she actually has an apartmento. And it's semi-legal. She's basically going to cover you guys, and you can keep some weapons at her place for a couple of days, and that will get you through the watch. I'm not going to make you roll for it because I want you to have your weapons. See, you can figure that you'll need them. So you do that, and anyway, Lenata lives better than anybody but Mungo, so it's probably a good place for you all to meet up. And then you go about your business into the city. And this would be my favorite part of the game, but I'm going to blur through it. Sorry, I love making people wander the streets and do all the footwork, but this isn't the day for it. I'll say that you're going to spend a cold, rainy day pounding pavement, renting boats, and here's what you're going to get out of it, because we're going to go straight to that. Probably the most important single factoid. Oh, let's roll some dice. Oh, you don't get a critical, thank God. So the bastard hears on the waterfront that one of the old fishwives, she's a woman who literally guts fish for a living, which is a great job when you're arthritic and old. She saw something really odd 3 nights ago, and she's been talking about it. And there's a rumor that she saw a young couple attacked, and she claims they were attacked.
Okay.
Attacked by.
Oh, I think we might have.
We've lost our
Christian?
GM.
I'm here. Are you here?
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Sorry.
Attacked
Yes.
by what?
Did just Russia?
You cut out a bit, I think. What
Yeah,
we last
cut out.
heard is it
She claims they were attacked.
They were attacked,
Attacked
and then
by.
attacked by, and
dramatic
didn't get
pause.
anything for that.
I need to chat. I thought you were doing like a kind of Rocky Horror anticip moment on us.
You don't suppose he's been
Are we
attacked by a
there?
fish now,
Can you
do
guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Okay, good. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I have no idea what happened. That was not my attempt to build tension.
Okay.
We're on the edge of our seat. We're like attacked
Well,
by.
it felt tense anyway.
If I go away again, I'm going to log off and log back on.
Okay.
This has happened to me before. Anybody? Okay. So, yeah, there's this woman who saw a young couple get attacked. Her name is Thana Mack, and you can track her down, but you're going to do that as a party.
Yeah.
And there's 9 people missing, according to the watch. That's what Lenata finds out, because he doesn't just go to chapel. There is no trace of a rich girl skit on the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Although a brief talk at the academy with one of your professors reveals that the professor of zoology says, of course there's fish folk. People are so odd. Here's a drawing of one. If you've ever seen Cthulhuid, if you've ever seen Cthulhuid cold ones, they look just like that.
Ones.
They come in 2 sizes, big and not so big. And you ask basic role-playing game questions like, are they evil? No, of course they're not evil, says the academic. They're just different and alien and very, very dangerous.
And misunderstood. Okay.
So we should go and talk to this lady, this
This couple.
Thana Mack.
Well, we gotta lay it in to find the couple.
well, the couple may very well have been Nisha and Yanis.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you get to go to one of those. You get to go to one of those fabulous, horrible tenements in Southside, where 1,000 people live in rooms that were originally built for 100. And you find Anna Mack, who is a middle-aged woman who smells like fish from across several rooms, and she's fairly drunk. And she claims that she saw monsters attack a young couple, and that the boy fired off a pistol, and then then he got wounded by the monster, and the girl dragged him away.
Where was
Where
it?
was
Okay.
this?
That's what she saw, and it was in Southwall.
Where in
Okay.
Southwall? Should take us there. Show
Yeah.
us.
She does.
We'll pay you
I mean,
something.
especially if you'll buy her some gin.
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
I might need
It's
some.
really fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun being with her because her smell is difficult even for hardened soldiers to tolerate. But she stumbles you across Southside into Southwall, and she takes you to basically the dock side of the area that's called Artifact. An artifact is because there's a lot of ruins there and some really cheap-ass warehouses. Nobody really likes the area because lots of people claim it's haunted. And so it's beloved of the underworld and smugglers and that kind of people. just above it in South Wall is actually a fairly prosperous neighborhood. And the canals here do a kind of weird thing because the town runs up towards the pinnacle from here. So the canals actually have locks so that the canals actually continue up the hill. It's one of the very few places in the city where that happens. The locks are quite small. Don't imagine like giant steamboat locks. These are very small hand-operated locks. They have lock keepers, and the lock keepers generally are a good source of information. Anyway, she takes you to a small wooden bridge over one of the canals and says, it was right here. I was over there getting drunk like you do. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I saw it right here, and I saw the girl drag the boy away.
Which
In which
direction?
She points sort of up the hill, vaguely north. Says, I wasn't going to follow. There was fucking monsters.
I mean, okay, fair.
Let's search around the area. Search around the area, see if there's anything left of the fight.
Maybe bribe a lockkeeper and see who's new in the neighborhood. Maybe if somebody has just moved in.
Right. So that's two different actions. So here's the way we're going to go with that. By the way, she says that the boy had a real fancy pistol, and it didn't just go bang. It went bang, bang, bang 3 times.
Yep,
And she did notice that.
that's my boy.
And she says, I saw him. His second shot blew a piece off that thing. And
Okay.
she's going to point to where she thinks the piece went, but you're just not that lucky. There's not a piece of fish sitting there to prove her right. And frankly, it is such an odoriferous, nasty, rainy, wet place that this is a problem I have with straight D&D. I love playing high-level rangers, and I'm talking to Scott here. And high-level rangers can like detect tracks in all circumstances, whereas my actual life experience as a pretty competent tracker is that 3 days later in a city, 2 days of rain, you got nothing. You know, like, wow, there's some dog shit. I wonder if that did anything. No,
What about bullet holes?
Oh, that is it. Wow. Good. So that is a good point. I will give you a roll looking for bullet holes.
Okay. What am I rolling?
I think you're rolling mind, but I'll give it to you as a +2 because you are a ranger.
Okay. So that's 6 plus my fate die. So I got 1, 2. So I got 3 successes, nothing critical.
That's excellent. I'm going to give you a bullet hole in the side of a crappy looking warehouse. Reasonably fresh. You're an expert on bullet holes. Actually, the whole party is. You can stand around and all of you debate like, oh, it's a day old. No, it's 2 days old. Look at those splinters. Yeah, fairly recent bullet hole.
Okay.
Just
I'm gonna
about head
dig out
height.
the bullet and see if
Okay.
there's anything
Dig
on
out
the bullet when I dig it out.
Nothing on the bullet, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you've been a good party and say it is exactly the right caliber to be Brewsty's. 58 caliber ball. It's got rifling on it. That was an expensive gun.
All right.
Okay.
So we can assume they lived near here, right?
Somewhere across the bridge, she was
I
dragging
am
him
not in
that
charge
way.
of your assumptions, but it's not a bad assumption.
Yeah. Like,
Are there any healers in the area? Medics,
What an excellent
Would I-
question. And
Would I know them?
And that is such an excellent question. You guys have asked so many excellent questions that I'm going to give the party a hero point. If you don't know how hero points work, it's a get out of jail free card. You now have one amongst the 4 of you for the continuous reign of good, accurate questions. And I'm going to say, yes, the Hospital of the Innocents, called the Innocente, which is a convent run by Sophian nuns, is pretty much just up the hill. Let's say it's quite close. It is a bunch of nuns who literally serve the poor, and they give free medical services. They're quite well known, pretty well funded, and it's an attractive building built in a slum.
Let's head there.
Yeah, because most likely he got hurt. So
Okay, now I'm going to say that the Convent of the Innocente is not a friend to either weapons or armed people. So this is probably Dai's moment to be the spokesperson, because they will deal better with her, and they will absolutely not be friendly to really any of the rest of you. Users of violence are not really tolerated in the Hospital of the Innocente. So,
Okay.
yep. So it was a short walk, mostly uphill. And I once again have to scramble desperately through my sheets. I'm never writing an adventure to be run online again. Right. You knock at the grate. The doorkeeper sends for a more senior nun. Eventually, Sister Sophia comes. My private comment is everybody seems to be Sister Sophia here. And Sister Sophia speaks to you through the grate. Those are the rules of the hospital.
Okay.
She says, "How may I help you?"
Sister, just as one healer to another, we're looking for a young couple who've been who were injured in an attack. We're concerned for their safety. Their families are concerned as well, but we've not been able to locate them. We think they might be hiding. Would you be able to help us? And I'll say the young man in question tends to carry a very unusual gun.
And she says, "No, I'm not going to make you make a die roll." She says,
Okay.
3 years ago, a young was brought here by a young woman.
Yes.
He's in a coma.
Oh.
He was very badly injured. We've stabilized him, but he hasn't awakened. I can take you to his bedside if you like.
How long
If
ago?
he's
It might be 4 days. It might be 4 days now. Sorry, I'm not allowing for the passage of game time. 4 days.
if he is still in a coma, I'm not sure he can help us, but we're looking for the girl he came in with. She might still be in danger. In fact, we're certain that she is. We think she is the target of that attack.
Does she visit him?
Yeah, that's a good point. Does she visit? I think we might have lost him.
Yeah, that one took you a note.
Hello,
There you go.
and
Hello.
we're back.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So we were just asking if she visits him, or if the girl, if they know where the girl is, because we can't talk to this guy if he's in a coma, but we're still concerned for his friend.
She says, "No, the girl has not been back, but I want to show you something." And she
Okay.
lets you in through the grate, takes you to the boy's bedside, and then reaches into a table and hands you a wicked long, fishy-looking spine, about 2 feet long, and says, "This is what was in his abdomen."
What?
Shit.
Oh. Look like you got,
That's one of the big ones.
Yeah.
And she
Guy?
says, these attacks are happening faster and faster. I've got 7 people in here who were attacked by these
Same
things. And I've sent for the watch, and the watch tells me that I am telling superstitious tales.
Guy,
Okay.
can you bring him out of the coma? You've got healing magic, right?
Yes, I can try. That's a good point, actually. So for this
So
instance,
a couple of things. I'm going to cut you off, Di, and say, so Sister Sophia, these are healers of your level or even above. And they're like, yeah,
Okay.
we've done a bunch of stuff. There's a toxin in there, and we're being super careful, so we'd rather you didn't jump in.
Okay.
We're trying to avoid tipping him into death.
Right.
And they're going to talk some medical professional with you, which I don't do well. So I'm just going to imagine that
Fine,
they-
neither do I.
they're the first people in this whole game to treat you like a peer. And so you have a peer-to-peer conversation that is purely medical, and I can't even fake that.
Okay.
But the game master is keeping him in a coma and not letting you have him. However,
Okay.
you can prove to yourself pretty quickly when she produces the pistol with the maker's mark that you've found Yannis Brusti.
Well, he's technically alive, so we still get the reward. Just saying.
Is there any better option now than just like staking out his bedside in case she comes?
She's not coming 4 days. I don't think she's going to. I think she's probably hiding for her life.
Unless the
Where
thing
are
is
these
gone.
attacks located? Are the attacks
Yes.
central to one area?
Can we pinpoint them?
She does better than that. She takes you to last night's victim, who's awake and sitting up, and he said first of all, I will not take you through the whole process, but this is somebody who's down to 1 sanity point. He's a dockside worker. This was way outside his comfort zone. He claims that he was attacked by giant fish. He basically says, I'm never going near salt water again, even if I have to starve. I'm going to be a fucking farmer in the countryside. And he says they talked to him. And he remembers what they said. They said, we have come for what is ours. Give us Contarini.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
But on a,
Her
Can I make a
surname,
lore check to figure out what that means?
Well, sorry, I may have been unclear, but Nisha's family name is Contarini. The Count of Zara is.
are we able to
Okay.
look at a map and kind of pinpoint, like, oh, they're all happening in a certain neighborhood?
Yes, you can. And
Okay.
they are. They're all around what we'll call the artifact.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think we probably have enough that we can hunt her down if we really start asking.
Yeah.
I mean, she's fairly distinctive, I would have thought, in this area.
And she's new to the area.
and the lock keepers are bribable.
So someone knows.
Now, what if we send a message to his boss, the gunmaker, and tell him to send some of his people with guns to help look. You know, we found him. He's been attacked. They're part of the militia, so they can legally have guns in the area, and basically form a posse in this area to look for the fish people.
Or at least protect the area from the fish people.
Yeah, mainly that, but just some backup for us.
Yeah. Again, I didn't get paid for fish people.
Yeah, I mean, we've got proof as well to send him in that message, the weapon that attacked the boy, the kind of drawings and stuff, the testimony. So I think it's worth trying.
And the spine,
Yeah,
you have the spine.
The spine thing, yeah. Oh no.
And we win.
Yay!
I guess give you time to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Right, so our life points, are they the same as hit points? Yeah, they are. Okay. Can I just ask how many life points people have?
I've got 10.
Okay.
Let's see. Life points.
So in the top, actions, life, will.
11.
Okay.
What are you?
I'm on 7, so I'm, a bit squishy.
And you only have, 4 sanity. For 5
Yeah,
sanity?
I've got. I had 5. I've got 4 now. I have 7 life points, and a lot of my magic uses life points. So,
Ooh,
yeah.
you're going to see a fish person and go nuts.
Yeah. They're dangerously unstable.
Well, the drugs help. Oh no! All right, see if we can. Let me see if I can message David. He's on Facebook and stuff. He's probably just busy with kids. Why's my internet so rubbish? Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay, I've also sent him a message on Facebook, and yeah, if you're trying on Twitter as well.
Am I back?
Yeah.
You're back.
Okay, that was
Yes.
Dave letting me in. Okay, good. I could hear every word you guys said, by the way, so you're all dead.
Thank you, Dave.
Where did my litany end for you guys? What was the last thing we were on?
You said
You.
that all of the attacks were in a particular area.
Yeah.
And we were talking about getting the gunsmiths people with guns to help make a posse to defend the artifact.
Okay. Are you pursuing any leads to find the apartment?
Yeah. We'll get to the like.
Well, is this the area that will be known as the Flats?
It is.
Yeah.
I want to find whoever the crime lord is for this area and ask him.
And I'm
I-
going to try bribing some lock keepers.
Right. That's right, Lenata. You were talking. So I'm going to give you a roll first. So you're going to find a lock keeper who's seen them, but unfortunately doesn't provide you with anything you didn't already know.
Okay.
Let's circulate her description. She's probably unusual, I would have thought.
She's certainly dressed unusually.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's take care of the bastard first.
Okay.
That looks pretty good. You willing to pay 5 ducats for the information?
Yes, if somebody will loan me 2.
Don't worry, I'll just loan you 5.
Yeah,
You're going to be out of pocket on this, Mungo.
So I'm going to say that it takes you some hours because what you're sold is information on a furniture dealer. You have to go find the furniture dealer in the market. You talk to him. Eventually, you get porters who transferred the furniture. See, this is like the boring part of being an investigator. But you've got the apartment.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Let's go there.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's confront this thing head on.
So it's
There.
evening. It's evening day 3. Am I right, or is it evening day 4? I believe it's evening day 3.
4.
Evening day 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Evening day 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. And when you go to the apartment, and I'm going to just give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you all tooled up before you did this.
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
It's somewhat anticlimactic. You can tell that somebody was living here, and you can also see that the door was forced and the stairs have a trail of slime on them. There's some obviously human blood, signs of the use of magic, and a broken window. And for the first time, your tracking skill demonstrates that a small person with expensive shoes went out the window, along the ledge, and along the rooftops. You can find 2 of her tracks on the rooftops going away, and then you lose her.
Ugh.
What is in the direction that she's headed? Do I see anything
Yeah.
that stands out?
And how old are these tracks?
Maybe a day.
Okay, we're close.
And the tracks are headed down towards the artifact, the warehouse neighborhood.
Okay, let's go to the artifact.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that seems to be where they're in that area. So she's probably.
Yeah.
I bet you that's where Dad's warehouse is at. Is right in there too.
Now, there's an interesting idea, says the helpful game master. If you were a girl on the run and you needed to hide someplace secret,
You might go
And
to
you knew
Daddy's
Daddy
warehouse.
had a warehouse.
Mm. That's true. So can we find out what warehouse he owns and head straight there?
That's gonna be difficult because again, if the other crown lords in the area are not too happy that.
Well, what are the warehouses in the area of the artifact? Are there a lot of them or just a few?
so the artifact's pretty big. There's ruins over a pretty fair area. There's, I'm just going to say 8 or 9 warehouses. But you know what? 8 or 9, if you are going to leap to the assumption that her father's warehouse is in the artifact, which is more than your friends, the crime lords, know, it's not that many warehouses to look at.
Let's go look at some warehouses.
Yep.
I mean, the fish people went in this direction regardless. So
Yeah,
Once we're there, I think any fish people will stand out like a sore thumb, the proverbial.
we'll look for fish people spoor also, and any extra blood that we might see from where she's running.
Okay, this is an awesome
okay,
question.
so it's go ahead.
What kind of blood is it? Like, is it dripping? Is it like a lot of blood loss? Is it, I don't know. I don't know actually
so-
what I can
My only experience of following a blood trail is deer, but I'm going to say that it's a puncture wound that leaves a few dots from time to time. And it would take
okay.
a miracle to find it in the rain. And only because she hid out in a pigeon house on a roof on her way along was the bastard able to track her.
Okay. Right.
She's
not
probably
bleeding
been
out from the
poisoned.
gut then.
yeah,
We're looking for a warehouse where somebody's forced entrance, right? She probably doesn't have a key.
Yeah,
That's probably
broken
true.
window, something like that.
Okay,
that's
Well,
for it.
so you guys are going to go back down to the artifact,
Mhm.
and here we go.
Make sure all my guns are loaded, by the way.
Ooh.
You know it's bad when the game master has it preset on the board.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, this is not good.
Okay, dice, don't fail me now.
So it's going to be the bastard making basically a tracking roll. That's going to be our first. And this tracking roll is, I've done this before. It's sort of a party roll. You're leading it. This is how I run group skills. This is everybody staring at warehouses, looking at the mud, and trying to figure out if anything stands out. So,
Okay.
Bastard, you've got tracking of
3.
and I believe, Yep.
Dexterity of 5.
yeah. So this is a good skill. So you have 8 dice plus your fate dice. You should be able to pull this off. However, rain and time are against you. So you're looking for 8s or better.
Okay. Okay.
It's the perfect time for
3
Scott to drop off.
successes. I'm still here. Am I here?
Yep,
Yeah,
you are.
3 successes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your fate die?
8 die was 10.
Was 10, a critical success. I hate you guys. Don't ever play with me again.
Accepted players.
My little blue fate die. Here it is. It's a 10.
Okay. Fine. It's this building right here. And, think of the time you just saved. So the lock has been forced and badly repaired. You find how could you find a blood trail in the rain? Under an overhang, you find a smear of blood along the building that is human. And Mungo and Linata each find what they believe are tiny bits of a fish footprint. What I mean by that is there's like a dew claw at the back, and you find something that looks really shockingly like that. That's Linata, and she finds that down here. Oh, wait, we have to camera. Down here on this dock. Linata, are you there?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, down here on this dock, you find what looks like a print. It's more like a dew claw that cut down into the wood. And then over here by the well, Mungo finds almost a full print with webbing.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
So she came here and they moved in after her. If we're not
Are
too
we
late,
checking the
we have,
warehouse? Or...
Might still be
Yeah.
here.
we have to go in guns
Yeah, let's
blazing,
check the
guys.
warehouse.
So I'm going to want. I think we're down to a more traditional form of gaming. Tell me where. Actually, I'm going to place some figures. Mungo has just located a print by the well. Linata is down on dockside. You're staring at the forcing of the door, bastard, and Di alone gets to tell me where she'd like to be.
I guess a view of the door, if I can get one. I was going to ask for Dragon's Breath. It says 2 will difficulty 6. What is difficulty 6? Does that mean 6 and above is a success on rolls?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, right. That's fine. Just in case.
Good to know. Good to know. You know, when the figures go on the board, you know that shit has gotten real.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the moment, remember that it is evening. Darkness is falling because it's winter and darkness falls early. And I don't suppose you're the kind of party to decide to come back tomorrow. So here you are at the edge of full night. Day 4. What are you doing?
Are there any lights inside the building?
No.
Or on the dockside?
There's nobody moving on the dockside, but over, if you see these houses over here, there's more hovel-like. They're all occupied, so there's light inside. But you also need to know that for poor folk in Megara, nighttime is go to bed time. They don't like. I know that in D&D inns, people sit up all night, but in the early modern period, most people went to bed when it was dark.
Mm.
You can smell a lot of fish stew being made.
That's unfortunate. Does anybody have any means of making light, like either a spell or a lantern?
I do not have that kind of magic.
Oh, sorry, Di. I didn't bother to tell you, but you can make a cantrip for light by snapping your fingers.
Okay. Does it need to be an object? I could put it on something someone's carrying.
No, you're way higher level than that. You can put it on anything
Okay.
you want, including just hanging in the air.
Right. Where do you want it?
Maybe
I think we need to
inside.
hold on to it because we need to like.
Yeah. Should we kick the door open and then cast the light
Yeah,
inside and see
okay.
where they're facing?
Right. So I'll wait for them
Okay.
to kick the door open and then send a kind of hanging light inside.
Are you guys
so-
going to come closer to the door?
Yeah.
Oops. It's the hand of God. Sorry.
Who's the door kicker? And do you want to be particular about where people are? I want you to be particular.
Since
So,
I'm
like,
there, I'll kick the door.
lay it out for me.
I think. Well, how sturdy are you?
You're sturdier than I am, but I'm pretty sturdy.
So
if you wanna-
Yeah.
Well, or you can be ready to charge in. I'll kick it and put the side.
I think we're like this, just in terms of general door kicking power.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. You ready? Are we going?
Yeah, we're going.
Okay.
Drawing my pistol and my rapier.
Okay, so that would be Mungo making straight out. I'm trying to think what roll would be best here. Give me an attack roll, but it'll be at +2 dice because really it's just a strength kick and the door isn't exactly defending itself.
Okay. So I got 5 plus 2, that's 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
And you're only rolling for threes. Threes are better. You should have this.
Yeah. I don't know if I roll like 3 twos. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 successes.
That'll be enough. You're gonna blow the door. So, yeah, and having gotten this far, it would be nice if I had an interior to this building, but I don't. So I'm just gonna move the building for now.
You were only supposed to let the bloody doors off.
Because it's a warehouse. I have interiors for a lot of the buildings on this board, but just not for the warehouse that I needed. However, it doesn't really matter because in about 2 seconds, you're going to go inside and find Nisha cowering in a corner with a pistol pointed at you. And
Ooh, okay.
Okay, well, the light coming on might blind her momentarily.
okay, so you're going to put a magic light basically over them.
Behind
And
them.
Linata?
Behind them.
Linata, are you coming in or staying outside?
I'm definitely running in. Because I'm assuming it's full of fish people.
And Di, are you staying outside or running in?
I'm running in after them. I'm not out here on my own to get picked off.
Damn, I prefer that sort of thing.
My hit points don't support that kind of action.
Okay, so there's a girl. Sorry, I just want you to admire my wise-ass noblewoman, Linata. A little ill-dressed, holding a lantern.
Hey, Nisha.
Holding a lantern and a big pistol.
Oh.
Blunderbuss-barreled pistol, which she rests with authority on top of the barrels. And she says, "I'll shoot."
We're not fish people.
Yeah, we're on your side.
If you
Your
shoot,
mom
you lose
said-
your best last defense. At this
Who
point
are
in
you
time.
people? What are you doing here?
Your mom.
Your mom.
Sent us.
She's like, "Oh, fuck. Really?"
Yeah,
Yes.
actually.
He hired mercenaries to find you.
She's like, oh God, and she just starts shivering, and she puts the pistol down.
Get you out of here.
So Di, she's
Yeah.
lost a lot of blood. She has the puncture wound in her abdomen and another one in her thigh. There is blood all over the floor of the warehouse. Those of you who are less than perfectly honest, you're in a warehouse full of stuff like Hattian silk, and is that a box of pearls over there? And yeah, that looks like illegal uncustomed gunpowder she's hiding behind with her flintlock pistol. Yeah,
but if she dies, we don't get paid. So I'm going to go and heal her first, and then we'll worry about maybe snaffling some pearl boxes later. Or we're out 20 ducats each. So
I will refill all my powder horns.
A fast scan by a professional criminal would say that there was about 500 to 700 ducats worth of, and that's street value. That's selling this stuff, at the street price. That's not the collector's price. Oh, my lovely wife is bringing me a cup of tea. This is like the greatest thing.
I'm going to use one of my healing spells, the one
Of
that
the critical player. Are you still
will
there?
rather than life points. Yes, we are.
Am I going off the air? Of course I am.
Yeah.
Why?
No, we still hear you.
Why is it like this?
We can hear you.
No,
We can hear you.
you. And we want some tea as well.
Maybe a scone.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
We're here.
Okay. Can you at least see us? Oh, damn it. I think it's just his speakers or something. Oh no, this is going to be backwards, isn't it?
No, it's backwards to you, but it's frontwards to the rest of us.
Okay, that works. We can hear you.
Why are you laughing? It worries me when the party is laughing.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to send you like messages. So we can hear you.
That was Di communicating by magical means.
Yeah.
And also, where's our tea?
Criminal. Next time I'll use flags.
Why now? Why now?
Because the shit's about to get real. That's
Yeah.
why.
So it has to get surreal as well.
I'm back.
That's the message.
Yay.
Oh, okay. We'll chat wolf another time. Welcome back.
Yep.
I'm trying to heal this lady with the spell that uses will point, not life point.
Hello?
Hello.
Yep,
Can you hear us?
hear you.
Good. So, hopefully we're not going to get knocked off the air. We're at the exciting point you've all waited for. So let's see if we can get to the end. So I was waiting for Di to make a healing roll.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've gotten 3 successes, and one of them's a 10, which I think on her. So that's going to be 1, 2, and then the 10 is a +3. So that's 5.
Right.
It's kind of.
That's very good. You close the wound on her
Yeah.
thigh, and she's not she's not really bleeding. She has serious intestinal damage that's going to take long-term hard healing, but you've got her what we would call stable. She is stabilized. She's not going to bleed out before your eyes. She's also poisoned, but
Okay.
she's I don't mean you can operate on
Yeah.
her. I mean that she'll sort of act.
So,
Hello?
should we get her to the sisters?
Yeah.
Can they keep her safe?
I mean, they can heal her, and we can keep her safe and send a message to mom.
Yeah. I mean, has she can I ask her if she's killed these fish people? Like, are they just going to keep coming if we keep killing them? Are there like thousands of them beneath the sea? Or is it just one that keeps...
Look at what the hand of God is doing, guys.
Oh, no. Oh dear.
Oh,
The hand of God is testing us, or about to.
that was weird.
Nisha, we're here to protect you. Stay down behind the barrels and pray to the balance.
If everyone's quickly turning around... Oh, no, they haven't seen what's out there yet, have they?
I think the ones in the water are probably making splashing noises that we can hear, right?
So I'm going to let Di make a perception roll.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just straight mind, isn't it? Honestly, I'm looking for an opportunity to fill my pockets as well.
So these are you're looking for sixes and better.
Yeah, that's I've got 4 successes on 6 dice. Which is
Okay.
good.
You may give the alarm.
Oh, there's
And-
something coming from that direction. Point
And
towards
in
water.
the in the parlance of the system, it's a new round. So here's how rounds work. All of you have 3 action points.
Okay.
I will go one person at a time. You are allowed to decide as a party who goes first and in what order. And it's pretty much you go and the other side goes and you go and the other side goes. That's pretty much how it works. It's a little different from that because, no, for today, that's how it's going to work. So you're going to basically act with somebody and then, or you can pass and hold your action till later. So who wants to go, or shall I go with the fish?
Do we know where the fish are? We heard the alarm, but do we know where? Do we know
I
where
can
the
hear them
enemy are?
swimming up.
You
They're
you
swimming up
don't
the
really
canal.
know. You don't really know anything except she gave the alarm, and the only thing you can see, given that it's falling dark, is this one on the dock is the only one who's in full view. And wow, he's big.
All right. Oh.
We don't want to get trapped in the doorway, do we? Because we won't be able to attack. So
Is there any other exit from the building back behind where she was? Like a window, something like that?
No, like most dockside warehouses, there's just the one door.
can I please go first?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to run and jump over those barrels and attack the one on the dock. That's a move. And
okay.
attack. Move and
So
attack. And parry.
you're going to run,
Yeah.
jump, which absolutely you can do because this is the ultimate parkour game, and you're going straight into combat. So
Is that 2 actions? Is that 2 actions or 3?
Well, actually, it took you 3 actions to get there, but because of your character, you always get an attack of opportunity because you're what's called a veteran. So you're going to get to deliver an attack before that fish moves. Anyway, it's good to be a veteran warrior.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give it the old. Actually, you know what? I'm going to discharge a heavy pistol in its face.
Right. That is your choice. I think I need my combat sheets out. Something tells me that we're at the combat. And I'm ready. Okay. So I'm not ready. I was ready.
I can take a stroll around the dock. It's fine.
You're making an attack roll, but I need to tell you what your to hit number is. And until I find the correct sheet, I can't help you there. Aha! All is not lost. So you've chosen to attack an Usgar, the largest of the fish folk. And you are rolling for 4s.
There may have been a cock up on the bravado front. How many dice do I roll?
So look hacked at.
Sorry?
You have a stat for attack. It's a number.
Yes, I do. It's a 6. But I get a plus
Right,
1.
so you have-
I can re-roll 1 die.
You can re-roll 1 die, and then don't forget your fate die, which is very important.
Yeah. Okay. So 6 plus the fate die. Sorry.
And as this combat is starting, I'm going to take this moment to remind you that the party has a hero point, which anyone can burn to either make an action go away or re-roll an action. So literally, if one of you is shot dead, you can make that not have happened. Okay. Anyway, back to you, Lenata.
What am I rolling for?
Attack.
You are rolling
Rolling
for 4s or better.
Okay, so I get.
You have 6 successes.
I have three successes. And I'm going to re-roll 1 because I'm an expert marksman. I have 4 successes and 1's critical.
It's only critical if it's on the differently colored die, the fate die.
No.
Okay.
So four successes.
Boom! You just shot it dead.
Oh my god! Well,
That was effective. Well done.
Welcome to heavy caliber handguns. Your 75 caliber horse pistol just blew about 3 pounds off the back of it after making a large hole in the front.
Cool.
I've done a lot of shooting of flintlock and wheel lock pistols, and I'm not making up the damage. So you went first, and now one of them gets to go. This one is going to climb out of water and grab die.
Ooh, okay.
Die. In a way,
Yes,
you're the best person this happened to because I believe you have
Yes.
martial arts, and
I've got
you're not
martial arts.
surprised because you knew they were there.
And I've got a special
So,
unarmed
Die, I won't
combat
lie to you.
bonus.
It's trying to just pull you into the water. So
Okay.
you're going to roll
Okay.
roll an opposed martial arts,
Okay.
basically wrestling or jiu-jitsu. I'm ready to roll when you are. So what you're rolling for is you're rolling for 4s, and you need to tell me what your dexterity is.
My dexterity is 3, and I have a special unarmed combat bonus where it says in brackets, just remind me, mostly you use this to avoid harm.
Yes, that is correct. So you take away one of your opponent's dice, which is a
Okay.
great skill. So tell me how many successes you get on your attack for 4s.
It's a 4 plus. Or
Yep.
okay. 4 out of 5 are a success on that. One is a 10, but it's
so
not
the-
a fate die.
You quote unquote win, but you don't do any damage because you're evading. So what you do is roll away. You literally do a martial arts roll out of its slippery grip, and you don't get pulled into the water, which, let me tell you, you don't want to be pulled into the water by one of these.
That's why it's good to have greasy clothes.
Who's up next?
I mean, I got a gun out and ready.
Yeah, you go ahead first because you got.
Okay. I'm going to just shoot the one that tried to grab Die.
What weapon are you using?
I'm using... Yeah, I should have snatched up her big-ass gun, but I'm going to use the hideaway pistol.
Hideaway pistol it is. Give me an attack.
That's the one.
You're rolling for 4s.
Okay. Okay, I have an expert marksman.
Yeah, so you can re-roll
2
one
missed
failure.
dice, range combat.
Yeah, you can re-roll one
Okay,
fail.
so I have 7 dice. Okay.
Yep.
And what am I aiming for?
4s.
4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 successes.
So you have taken one action and you feel that you have done it very little damage.
Oh,
You have
okay.
2 actions left.
I'm going to snatch up her pistol, the big ass one, and shoot it. It's sitting on the.
Yep.
We're over there right by the. Yeah.
Okay, so you're
I'm
going to
just gonna
shoot past Mungo.
Unload that on it.
Yep, you're going to shoot past Mungo, and if you roll
Yes.
a critical failure, you're going to shoot Mungo.
Oh, good.
Just telling you.
Sorry, Mungo.
Okay, all right.
So first of all, tell me what the number
4,
on your fate die was.
9.
Oh, that
missed it by 1.
that's all right, but you did not shoot Mungo, and that is really clutch.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, that's new,
And I had
new
1,
slang.
2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Excellent. And now you're going to. I'm going to roll some damage for you, and it's going to roll to protect. You did it a lot of damage, and it roars. You didn't know fish could roar, and it's a very fishy stink. Yeah, you did it noticeable harm, like a chunk came off. Okay, it's going to go now. I believe that this one will move, but will not get to attack because it is not a veteran. Next up, or do you guys want to pass?
I'll move. I'll move up and attack the one that Scott just shot, or the bastard, and attack him with my sword.
Okay. So you're going to draw a 2-handed sword. That's a complete action. Sorry, but I've drawn a lot of 2-handed swords, and it takes time.
Yeah.
So you draw and cut. Good Iaido move from Japan. And give me an attack roll. Again, your target number is 4s.
All right. So I got 1, 2, 3. All right. 5 attack, and 1 fate die. So do this. Oof, that was a really close to be a fail. So you said it's 4s.
Yep.
And 3 successes.
You put it down.
Yes.
Yay.
All right. Do I have one more action, right?
You do.
I'm gonna move outside and towards Lanata.
Okay, you can get to about here, but then you discover there's another one in the canal.
Oh God! All right.
And it's going to now try and pull you into the water.
Yeah, that's what I figured was gonna happen.
I'm sorry, but that was the logical end of the crates for you to run around, and jumping the crates is not really your thing. So, well, it's been good knowing you. So I need you to tell me what your dexterity is.
5.
That's not
okay.
bad.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, I want you to roll your attack dice trying to hit 5s.
All right. With the fate dice?
With a fate dice.
Yeah.
Yep.
4 successes.
Well, you and the monster are tied right there. It's trying to pull you into the water. You're trying to not be pulled into the water, and you guys are basically wrestling. It's very lucky for you that you are large, because you are a big guy, and you're higher. So you're just struggling to not be pulled into the water. And when you have an action again, you might try and put a dagger into it or something. But at the moment, you are locked.
Okay.
And it is your group's turn, and there's nobody left to go.
Oh, do I have an action? Is that
Oh,
one
yes,
of the
you
four
are.
still
That's right.
alive?
Yeah.
Okay. You probably have more than 5 hit points, and they don't seem to have a lot of that. I'm going to kind of burn a life point and try and use that version of Dragon's Breath so that it takes in the 3 guys. I mean, I can't avoid hitting Mungo, but I might be able to avoid hitting the bastard if it's depending on how it's placed.
Sorry, where are you placing it?
To hit the 3, definitely to hit the dude that Mungo's fighting and the dude that's near me. I think that will avoid the bastard.
He's
I'm
dead.
having trouble gauging.
This one's
Oh, he's
dead.
dead. Okay, then those 2, I suppose. Is there one behind the bastard as well?
So this one is
Yeah.
dead. This is the.
Okay.
You cannot hit this one because it is out of your sight line. It's actually down in the water.
In that
There's 2 over here, and there's 3 back here on the dock, but they're out of your range.
Okay. I'll go for the 2, and I'll just use the one that costs 2 will, I guess.
That is a better bargain. So you're going to lean out around here and throw heavy-duty, illegal magery. Yep.
That's the one shot.
You're
You can't rest me at the end of it.
You're basically shouting, "I am here" to every magic user in the city right now.
I'll blame it on the fish people when they come looking. They'll be fine.
Yep.
So is that 8 die for that? 2, 4,
Yeah, it is.
6. Yeah. Okay.
And you're going for 4. What's your target number? 6s, I believe.
6. Difficulty 6. Yeah.
Yep. So I need to know how many successes you get.
Right. Okay. So there's 1, 2, 3. Not that one. Fate die gets a 10.
The
4.
fate die gets a 10. I hate you people. Where do you do?
Okay.
I think I'm the only one that hasn't hit like 10. Like,
So it's 5 successes, and one of them is the fate die on a 10.
Yeah, the smell of burned fish, and they're gone.
Okay.
There's a huge flash of crystalline blue fire. In fact, I'm going to take the well cover away.
Okay.
That well is gone.
I can't do that again. I've not got any more will points. So I've got
It
one will
melted.
point.
What
She,
did you
she,
know?
he melted the stone. No, I'm not kidding. Like, that is a very powerful spell. You are the first person in all of my campaigns to ever critical on it. Yeah, you've ruined a public well, probably damaged the statue, and for sure set the building behind it on fire.
Well,
Probably a joy.
And-
saving people.
And that's, by the way, why it's illegal to use magic like that inside the city limits.
Well, I guess I'll be collecting my payment and going on the run then.
Yep, the shop owner there is going to love you.
Only if you saw me.
Okay, well, that
And if you
was
survived.
interesting. I have to roll some dice now.
Okay.
Right. These jump into the water. And it's a new round.
All right.
Same order?
Any order you want. You're the party. This is a system that deliberately gives the party advantages in combat. And one of them is you can choose the order in which you do everything every round.
Okay.
I run heroic fantasy. You're the heroes. You have advantages.
Okay.
Well, like,
Should we deal with? Yeah, should we deal with a guy about to be pulled in?
Yeah, I was like, I kind of need some help. I made a dumb.
Can I run over and grab him and add to the weight pulling backwards?
You, the smallest party member, should absolutely do that.
Actually, I have one more heavy pistol. Could I maybe try and shoot that guy? Is he in my line of sight?
Be better.
You actually have a fish on you from behind.
That's true.
I'm going to give you the benefit.
Sorry.
Well, you have 3 actions. If you want to go first, you could try to toast the one you're facing and then try and go help your friend. If that's the party's choice of who goes first.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, because there's another guy that the bastard can come along and help if you can't get free. So
Yeah, I still got my rifle. It's not been shot yet.
I will say that the bastard could move, shoot, but shooting into a melee is always a 50-50 proposition, bastard.
Can I shoot the one behind?
Nope, they're in base-to-base contact. It counts. That's a melee too. They're in base-to-base.
Okay.
So would that go for me using my pistol as well? I'd be likely to shoot Mungo.
If you use your pistol, you may only use it on the creature trying to kill you because that's the natural mortal thing to do.
Okay.
I could move and kick the one on Mungo.
You can move and join in, which will really have an effect. Like if you join an ongoing wrestling melee, or Di can do that with her martial arts. I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do. I'm just trying to tell you what not to do.
Yeah.
But Lenata, you're pretty much
need to get
stuck
hurt
with the
because we
opponent
need
you've
heal.
got.
Yeah,
no, but I'm pretty good at the martial arts. I'll take away one of the enemy's dice, and I can't shoot things very well. So I'll go and join the melee. I mean, I know I'm the smallest, but I can help them maybe get out of it, and then you guys can use your guns.
Well, then we're going to roll this part of the melee right now. So here's how this is going to work. You take a die away from the enemy, and you add a die to your side. But I'm still going to have Mungo roll the dice. So Mungo, you get your dice +1, and the water creature will be down a die. And Mungo, you are rolling for 4s, and I believe I am rolling for 5s.
5, yeah.
Is your dex 5?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
My
Mungo?
dex 5. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. I've got you. Okay.
Oh, I can
Tell me how many successes you have.
Oh, I can re-roll one because.
Yep, you sure can.
5.
Well, you win, so I guess you drag him onto the shore.
Oh, and Alston can come in the.
Nice work.
That may not be what any of the 3 of you wanted to happen. However, in the push-pull contest, that is the result.
Yeah.
So I'm now going to act as this fish with a sword, who has a sword, who is going to hack at Lenata. And Lenata, you're basically trying to parry with a pistol barrel unless you're going to try and fast draw your rapier.
I'll try and fast draw.
Okay, so give me an attack roll, but you're not going to do any damage. You just want to have 2 or more successes. You're aiming for 7s.
Okay, how many dice do I roll?
I'm pretty sure you have an attack of 5 or 6.
It's an attack of 6, yeah.
Yep.
Does the fact that I'm working with a rapier mean that I get my 2 re-rolls?
Not is because you're trying to do an athletically almost impossible thing. And if you weren't a veteran, I wouldn't even let you try.
Nope, that's fair. Okay, so 6 plus my fate roll. Here we go. Yeah, the fate was only 5, so I got 8, 8, 6, 6, 886651.
You passed. You have 2 dice over 7. So what you do, sorry, I like to be super descriptive. You kick it hard enough to drive it back while drawing with your right hand. So you kick your right foot out, draw, also falling back a step and drawing and cutting into the space. Very, very elegant. All superhero worthy. And now you're going sword to sword with it. So give me another attack dice. Now you get your rerolls while it tries to kill you.
Okay, here we go. What am I rolling for? Oh my god, I got a critical success on my fate dice.
So did your, I believe you, but so did your opponent.
Whoa!
So
Ooh,
your opponent got 4 successes at a critical success.
Okay.
So how many successes did you get in a critical success?
what am I rolling for?
You're rolling for you're rolling for 5s.
For 5s. So I got 4 successes.
So both of you throw a killing blow, your blades ring together, and you are locked.
Whoa!
I just wish to say that if either of you had rolled 1 more success than the other would be dead, and that includes you, Lenata. That was 2 brilliant attacks meeting in the middle and not resulting in anyone dying. So that's fairly remarkable. You also are stunned that a fish is this good a swordfish person.
I mean, or swordfish for a reason.
And that reminds me of something exciting, which is that all of you can now take a sanity test before we go on with the round.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna fail that.
I just succeeded. 13 against 15.
That's to be lower.
Lower.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, I
17.
failed mine.
I rolled
Who
17
failed?
in my me.
I
rolled
did.
17 and my sanity is 4, so I failed by
So you can knock
13.
it down to 3,
I'm
and
worried
you're going to
about
spend
dying.
next round just sitting on the ground. Scott, what did you roll?
I failed by 1.
You're just going to
rolled a
lose a
13.
round. Yeah, you're
Okay.
going to lose a round. So you're not acting next round.
It's not looking good, guys.
So this guy, who looks half fish, half human, with a big trident, rolls over the gunwale of this boat and shouts, "Parley! Parley!"
Okay.
Harley.
Like, okay. Like, okay.
Dude, we don't know what he said, so. Oh, parley. Oh, he wants to talk.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Guy, you're not
Yeah.
really human at the moment.
Yeah.
And Mungo is basically out for the round, but I will say that Lenata's opponent steps back, which is chill.
Okay.
What the only people who can act here are Lenata and the bastard. What are you two going to do?
I'm going to shoot my sword.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move up to the door.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to shoot the guy.
Oh, Jesus.
You
with
are
my
the
rifle.
bastard.
Absolutely fair.
Well, the only thing they want is her. We can't give her to them. So
Do it, bastard.
I'm doing it.
I'm going to take a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to take a moment here while he rolls the dice to say, I ran the second novel in this series as a role-playing game, and one of my favorite players in this exact situation in the Great Temple just went, "No, fuck it, I waste him," and shot one of the most powerful creatures in the game and did a lot of damage and changed the novel. So,
my fate die was 10.
what?
Oh!
1, 2, 3, 4 successes and a critical.
Boom. I don't even have to roll damage. You put a rifle bullet into his mouth and out the back. Let's see. Mungo is stunned for a round, and you're not strong, Die. Oh, you're stunned too. So this fish doesn't drag you into the water for reasons, because it was honoring the parley. It just slips into the water. That's the end of the combat, friends, because they're all going to swim away. Anybody who's left, and there's dick all you can do about that.
Yeah.
What about the one that's actually on the wharf? Is it just going to run for the water?
It's going to run towards the golden lion statue. What are you going to do? Yeah, we'll play out the round. If you're going to bounce the rubble. Actually, you guys go first on the new round because, you know what? That creature is stunned. You just shot its beloved lord.
Oh,
in a parley. It's just going to stand there going, wow, fucking humans.
I'm not going to pursue. If it runs away, I'm not going to pursue. We're all time crunch with the girl anyway.
If I'm no longer stunned this round, things are disappearing into my bag from this warehouse.
Cool.
Probably pearls.
I'm really talking to the bastard because I'm pretty sure he has a pistol left. Are you going to shoot or are you going to let it go?
No, I discharged my pistol, so I don't have anything loaded.
Okay.
That was my rifle that was fired. So.
It jumps down the well.
The well.
Well, there's no well cover, but the water is still down there. Which, by the way, should be a very interesting clue to you about how these things got around in the higher city. Apparently, they can go through the sewers, and the sewers are connected. Something that if you were a real party, you'd remember for the next adventure. So I'm curious as to So here you are. You're in a warehouse full of illegal contraband. You were hired to get the girl. You've got the girl. Let me present you some choices, and then we'll move quickly to the end.
Okay.
You could turn in the count. You could steal from the warehouse, or you could just leave it and walk away and collect your 20 ducats each.
Okay.
Can't we steal and turn in the count? Just hypothetically.
Can we steal, turn in the count, and use the powder to blow up the warehouse?
Turn in the count to who? Who are the authorities here?
That's a good point.
The watch.
Well,
and Linata, I want to remind you of what your goal is. The 20 ducats don't matter as much to you as your knowledge that the Countess sits on the War Council and can probably get you reappointed. And while the rest of the party doesn't know that, you have different stakes in this outcome. So,
can I go? I'm going to reclaim the body. I'm going to step down into that boat and pick up the dead fishman's body, and I'm going to take it with me.
I'm sure Lenata could put the an earworm in the Duke's ear, whoever rules the city.
I'm going to be talking to the Countess. It's going to be along the lines of, this is what your fucking husband did. And this is what he did for no good reason except a few ducats here and there, a few thousand ducats here and there. This is what you have to live with now. I'm
going to probably tell everybody that I died and got dragged into the river and just reinvent myself with all the money that I've nicked. Because I think that's what at this point. No one will ever know. So,
I can tell you that one of the things that you're now cursed with is a passionate interest in the fish folk, which you're going to start studying like mad to try and overcome the trauma.
Okay.
And
That
if we
sounds
were in
healthy.
an enduring campaign, your next job would be to find the fish folk and try and talk them out of their vendetta, because whatever happens to the Count, it wasn't the Count that hired them. It was the Fisher people who hired them
Yeah.
or got them involved. And for fairly logical reasons, nobody's the bad guy here except the Count. He's totally the bad guy.
Yeah.
Getting out of this is you're looting the warehouse. Lenata is turning the Count in, at least to his wife. And Scott, you're going to blow it up after you've got the girl out.
Actually,
and you're
no,
not letting
I
the girl
rethought
see
about
what you're
that.
stealing.
I rethought that. I'm actually going to tell the local underworld people, the rulers, where it is, so they can do their thing to it.
Yeah, now he gonna like have actual enemies. like so if he does
That
That
way,
is-
I'll have some favor with
That's right.
them.
They said if they knew
Carey
what it
lives in
was,
a
they
favor.
would blow it up.
That is an excellent solution. Well, friends, 4 hours and 16 minutes. We're at the end. You accomplished the mission. None of you died or quite went insane. I hope
sanity
you
left.
had I hope you had a good time.
I did.
That was awesome.
That was great. Thank you.
And the blessed dice.
I always have. Yeah, I have to say that fight could have gone really differently, and in that last rifle shot. So you just shot their magic user, who, amongst other things, had 8 will points, but he was willing to parley. But I'll just tell you, Scott, not that you're going to feel any guilt, that all he wanted was the girl, and nothing else you could give him would have stopped the fight. So you did the immoral but right thing.
Yeah,
And
like he was.
And the one-shot kill. And Lenata, just so you can feel smug, you one-shot killed the biggest power of hit points on the other side in the first shot of the fight. So really, I feel like everybody did a scientific. While Mungo single-handedly wrestled and then doubly wrestled, it was quite the exciting fight. A big two-headed sword cut, and it was fast and furious and fun, I hope. So,
I like it.
Please, all of you are welcome to come play with me anytime. But for the love of God, don't roll so many 10s on your fate dice. That was you cut across the you cut across the adventure at one point, and I think it may have done more to confuse you than help you, because you learned so much that you went off and anyway, you sort of did things out of order. It's fine. Dave, do we do anything now? Do we thank anyone? I'd like to thank all of you for playing. And someday maybe we'll all meet in person.
Yeah,
Thanks for running a good adventure. That was awesome.
That was really fun.
That's great.
Yeah, if any of
Okay,
you ever make
well-
it to Fantasy Con, say hello.
All
Thanks.
Thanks.